in their last 4 games. Alex Lyon set a franchise record for saves in regulation, 56. Alexander Barkov scored twice. Florida all over Ottawa, their 5th consecutive win, 7-2. They control their own fate for the top Eastern Conference wildcard with 89 points. That's the same amount of points as the Islanders, but New York has one less win in regulation.
Pollock over the Tampa line. Engvall through the right circle. Was close to offside. They let it go. Pollock from right point shanked the shot and still got it down low to Palmieri. Curls in the
A group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Good morning. Thought I'd help you wake up.
It's 6 a.m. and you're listening to The John Kincade Show, Philadelphia's longest-running sports talk morning show. On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Let the party begin!
The show starts now.
Yes, it does. Your Friday begins. Your opening day begins. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. Appreciate you getting in with us early this morning. First Friday on the John Kincade Show, which means we will have a live open house broadcast this morning coming your way. Our audience will get here around 7 o'clock in the building. We look forward to that. Plenty of guests, surprises, and more. Breakfast from Nifty 50s to make Pat Egan smile.
I like that.
He likes that very much.
I like that a lot.
It's very soft-spoken.
Yeah.
Bradford White water heaters are here for the pro. Bradford White brings you the 6 o'clock hour of the John Kincade Show as we get rolling this morning in our performance studio, which looks very, very beautiful as we get ready to roll today. And we get ready for opening day. And opening day is here. The opportunity. And I don't know, after 6 games, is this opening day?
No.
So it's not.
Yes.
This is another pet peeve of mine with baseball. We're
Okay.
going to have opening day again. We've been doing it for a week and a half, but we're going to have opening day again.
It's the home
No,
opener.
it's
It still counts.
This was a
It's fake. It's fake opening day.
Pat falls
If you want
in.
to sit there and act like, and we're going to have the parade of players.
It's second
and we're
opening
gonna have
day.
the flag, and it's going to take 45 minutes, and we're going to have a flyover a week and a half after. Fine, man. If you want to pretend it's opening day,
You ever have
fine.
like one dinner and then get hungry again at like 9 p.m. and have a second one?
No,
Sometimes you need that to get through.
no, I don't.
No, Pat will have like ice cream.
It's not game season for me.
I mean,
sorry,
no,
man.
this is
sorry, bro.
This is just second dinner, baby.
This is no. This was the discussion last night in our home, and my bride falls clearly in Team Egan camp with that. She goes, "How can it be opening day? They're 1-5. How do you spin it as opening day?" I'm like, "It's the home opener." She goes, "Oh, well, then it's the home opener. It's not opening day." And I'm like, "Okay, I can't have this conversation because I'm excited for opening day. I love opening day. I love the pageantry of it. I love the fun of it." But Pat's right. They are 1-5. It's not as if you're starting 0-0, where you get that freshness of a new day, a new start, a clean slate, if you will, Pat.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not getting that today. We're getting 1-5. We're already, this is a team that is not desperate for wins, but you better stop the bleeding quickly,
They're desperate for wins.
or you're going to see this division race just go by the wayside, and you're going to have to write yourself off as a division champion, which you had to do last year. Probably by mid-June, it was over.
Yeah. That's not going to be a problem until that's a end of the month type of conversation as far as the division. But
The month of April?
yes.
Because that's where we're heading.
No, I know.
If this doesn't turn around quickly.
I totally understand what you're saying, and you're right. But this is a winnable series, and you have a winnable one coming up after, and then you go to Cincinnati to see the Reds. Do they need wins? Yes. But are they feeling like significant pressure right now? Not until you have trouble against one of these lower-level teams.
When you have the worst run differential in baseball, I think you should feel pressure, Pat. And that's not, I don't want to hear what Connor's saying. I want to hear desperation out of this crew during this homestand. Because, yes, 1-5, I'm not worried they're going to dig themselves out of that hole. I absolutely believe they will be back on even footing within a couple weeks. And I don't necessarily think it's going to be by the end of this homestand. But you've got it. When you're the worst run differential in baseball, you've been crappy. And you need to play a hell of a lot better. And I want to see it immediately.
Yeah, everything Connor said is correct. I mean, I'm not
Sure.
overly concerned about the team because they're facing the Cincinnati Reds, who have been tanking for Connor Bedard seemingly for a century.
Are they getting him this year?
I don't think they are. No.
What about Johnny Hockey? Are
They're
they
not
getting him
they're
and then
not
finishing
getting-
last in the NHL?
They're not getting C.J. Stroud either.
They're not getting any of those guys?
None of those guys.
That's terrible.
But they should also feel desperate. They should feel like, all right, we need to go out and prove who we are this series and prove that the first 2 series of the season were an aberration, a fluke, whatever you want to call it. That that's not this team. Because if they, for whatever reason, end up, and this is my fear, they put up 8 runs, they lose by 9. And the next game, they get shut out. Next thing you know, and they win the last one, and it's, you lost yet another series, and you lost a bad one to the Reds, and we start justifying it by, yeah, but, the bullpen, they'll get better. They will, but it's still frustrating because you can't win a division in April, but you can certainly lose it.
Yes.
And I'm not there yet, but they need to put a stamp on the season right now. Like it's not a situation if you can just throw this. What does Doc say? A scheduled loss?
Yeah, a scheduled loss. Yeah, this is a scheduled loss.
This
Yes.
isn't a scheduled series loss.
No.
It behooves them to actually show up.
Get on your horse, get something going. Zach Wheeler's on the mound. The question I have is, when are we going to find out about what is going on with first base, what is going on with center field? That's what concerns me big time, because this lineup, though they're getting a ton of hits, they're not clicking yet. And I do worry if you're losing two pieces of the lineup, that you're already missing two pieces of the lineup, that this team's going to start looking suboptimal.
Yeah, that should be your biggest concern right now. This team was not built on depth. They were built on free agent signings and deadline trades, and they don't really have the farm system to withstand a lot of injuries at the major league level, and they've already run into too many. So if you can't win with the star power you have at the top of your lineup showing up, the Trey Turners, the JT Remutos, the Nick Castellanos, who's been dreadful since that opening series, like those guys at the top Kyle Schwarber, need to carry this team through the series and prove that without Derek Hall and Brandon Marsh, you can tread water, because I don't have a lot of confidence we're going to see those guys this series.
I don't like hearing that.
I just, the call-ups and everything tell me that those guys are in trouble.
That's just incredible. I mean, it's amazing how the series, if you would go back, Pat, if we went back 2 Fridays, Rhys Hoskins was healthy.
Yeah.
Marsh and Hall were there. I mean, honestly, this is how quickly this all changes.
So we should have broadcasts live second Fridays.
Second Fridays, are they going to be able to optimize this? Hopefully, this
sucks.
Hopefully, this is going to be the start of the rebound. And I do believe this team's going to be able to rebound during this homestand. First Friday, yeah, go on.
Oh, it's unlike our studio audience. I think the Phillies need to show up today.
I think they're going to show up. I think it's going to be strong.
I mean, you're right. 2 weeks ago it was great. Now we're in an empty room talking to ourselves and coach.
It's going to be. It will be there. We will have fun. There will be special guests, special prizes today. Tom McCarthy, your Phillies voice on television, will join us. We will have Larry Bowa will be here as we preview opening day. Well, home opener. Depends on how Pat.
Call it what you want.
And we'll be also we'll have a lot of fun today with a comedian in our house. The Chappelle Show, Pat, is one of the funny staples. In our home.
Yeah, I think
is a great show.
My generation, it's a staple as well.
And Donnell Rawlings will be playing the Helium Comedy Club. He's only got tickets available. When I went to bed last night, only had tickets available for the late shows Friday and Saturday. He was sold out last night, sold out tonight, 7 o'clock, sold out tomorrow, 7 o'clock. So he had some tickets available. I'll check again. But it is he is fantastic.
Where it is, he wanted to come in for First Friday.
That's a great idea. He scheduled it perfectly?
Phillies home opener. He didn't realize that they would be, have one win at this point. But, yeah, he scheduled it perfectly.
So we look forward to having him join us, too. The Lynhams come in. Jimmy and D. Now, I understand that Jimmy had to pick up D. Like, D doesn't really drive.
I didn't know that.
So Jimmy has to go and pick her up and drive her in here. Did you believe when I just said that?
Yeah.
I think they just maybe they're going to grab breakfast from Nifty 50s. I think Jimmy heard Nifty 50s was here. He was on the fence about whether he was coming or not. Then he heard Nifty 50s, and he said, wait, I can have a milkshake for breakfast?
Yep.
Then I'm coming.
You can do it. You're an adult.
You think Jimmy maybe a little spike milkshake?
If you want to.
If you want to, you could.
World's your oyster.
You can do that, right?
We allow a lot of stuff.
Of course you can.
Have you ever had one of the boozy shakes?
I don't think that I have. I would, but I don't think that I have.
Have you ever had you don't drink alcohol.
Stop. Move on.
The boozy shake is there's a spot in Vegas that has the boozy milkshake. I do not drink milkshakes often unless it's like Good Friday and I can't have meat, so I probably will have one for breakfast this morning. And they make the boozy milkshake.
Yeah. What kind of liquor goes in there? What is it?
It hits you.
Vodka
You get your choice though.
Oh, okay.
You can make your own.
A tequila milkshake.
You can make your own.
Awful.
Guess what? I can only tell you this: the milkshake.
I imagine that sounds bad.
Yeah, but the kind of milkshakes that Egan likes really would kill the alcohol.
Yeah.
Like taste. So you would have it. So we could give Egan one and go, hey, here's a Rocky Road milkshake.
Yeah, let's not do that.
And we create a boozy one for
A
him.
little bit of rum in there.
And, he's going, well, rum you can
Rum?
really disguise.
Next thing you know, Pat's dancing.
Rumpelstiltskin?
You can really disguise that at that point. Hey, First Friday is presented by our friends at Delco HVAC. It's H&H Heating and Air Conditioning. Make sure your home's ready for summer. Schedule a $69 air conditioner tune-up at DelcoHVAC.com. The gang's coming out on Monday to make sure that ours is going to be running optimally all summer long. Thanks, Delco HVAC, and we appreciate you grabbing a spot here on our First Fridays. So the morning mindbender this morning from Coach tells us that about 1 in 5 Americans admit they give this to people they don't live with.
The clap.
The clap?
Yep.
You jumped me.
That is about 1 in 5 Americans admit they give this to people they don't live with.
It's a nasty one.
What are they? They give this to people they don't live with.
That's so confusing.
It's confusing wording. It is strange. It's strange wording. It doesn't.
Yeah, and this is another.
They give this.
I've noticed with Coach that if you start to get them right, he words it in a way where it's virtually impossible.
He thinks we'll get it. I'm going to take a guess. Leftovers.
Huh. That's a good one.
They give some of their food to people they do not live with.
That's a good answer. It's not the right one.
Sugar.
That's
You're always supposed to go over to your neighbors and ask for some sugar. So maybe
sugar.
that's.
I have not asked either of my neighbors for sugar, but
I'm sticking with the clap, man.
the clap.
I got nothing. I'm sticking with the clap.
Some people have given it to people they do live with.
They have,
Oh,
but
Pat.
I feel like most of the time it's somebody you don't live with. Somebody,
1 in 5.
somebody
1 in
might meet
5.
at like a bar at 2 a.m.
Okay,
Yeah,
in
so-
Fishtown.
Coach,
I do this.
Stop looking at me.
you give the clap to people?
No. But I
Oh.
absolutely know that Pat does this as well.
Give people the clap.
It's
Not in
share streaming service passwords.
Oh,
I do that.
yeah, it makes
So they
sense.
steal.
Correct. They
One
steal.
way to
They
look
help
at it.
them steal.
Borrowing.
It's not borrowing. You can't borrow it because
One
you
way to
don't.
look at it.
Because you have to be able to give that back.
If someone rides,
You can't give it back.
if someone rides in a car with you, are they stealing gas?
No, because they've been.
You're sharing.
No, because I don't have to pay. I've already paid.
You
for
are
the gas,
such a narc.
and it's mine. I don't have to pay for it. No, I do worry about people making money on what they deserve.
So if I
to
get,
make money on.
so if I buy a DVD and I lend you the DVD.
No, because you own the DVD. You bought the DVD.
Yeah.
You own the DVD.
He
I
owns
own
the
that.
Netflix
No,
subscription.
you do not.
I
No,
know, I
you
do.
don't own the share. You don't.
Damn right I do.
You don't then get to give it to the whole block.
Oh, you didn't realize we're doing a show with Chris Comcast over
No,
here.
I want people
Yeah.
to. I want people to
Victor
get paid.
Verizon over here. You didn't know that?
Is it
Yeah.
Victor Verizon?
Oh, Patty Peacock.
Karen
over here.
Kincaid's going to be on the phone
Yeah.
with Hulu in the break. Like, I've
look,
got Pat Egan here. He
exactly.
says he's sharing a
Harry
password.
Look,
Hulu.
I'm
narc.
absolutely a believer. I like to see people get paid for what they produce.
They're getting paid.
Yeah, they're
No,
getting
they
paid.
aren't.
Yeah, they're
No,
making
they
a
aren't.
bull. Oh my, that's the closest I've ever come to Kurt.
Yes.
Bull crap.
So you
They're
get
not-
to determine.
Oh, Comcast is cutting coupons.
Okay, so you get to-
Verizon's hurting. Hulu is. I mean, my God, my heart bleeds for Hulu.
Telling me Kevin Costner's one $10 subscription away from being homeless.
Oh, the
I think he's
mouse?
doing all right.
Disney's really hurting right now.
It's just I hope for all of you they actually make you pay that you pay for something and that you actually have to then. It's amazing.
I pay. I just don't
It's amazing.
judge.
I love the people who say I'm going to determine how much money you're allowed to make.
All right, Nick Netflix.
I like that.
Pipe down, bud.
How am I going to do that?
Jeez.
Pat will never be on Succession with that attitude.
No,
I'm
probably.
going to
That's a
determine-
good thing. I don't want to be. No one's likable in Succession.
I'm going to
That'd be great.
determine how much you're allowed to make.
Yep.
And this on Good Friday.
Seriously.
Admitting that
Stealing.
I'm not
Yes.
stealing. I paid
It is.
for it.
well, in about
No,
3
if
days,
you're the
I
person
think
who
we're
pays
gonna
for it, you're
put it
not
made up for
stealing.
It's trading.
There you go. Hey, families in poverty are facing a global food crisis. $50 a month provides a food kit. $50 on a one-time basis provides a food kit to feed a family for an entire month. So text the word radio to 97646, radio to 97646, and you will be able to take care of business with that. Are they doing things, though? They are doing things now to, right? I mean, to
There's
try to
like rumors
keep it-
about it that they'll try to crack down on that password sharing and whatnot. I don't know.
I have a feeling
until
they
it happens,
will.
Until it happens, I'm not going to.
One thing I do know is I wrote something this morning is that for digital content on the Fanatic website,
Wow.
I try to get it done early. If I try to do it
No,
later,
no,
sometimes I'm just not. You know what I mean?
It's impressive.
It's very difficult.
Yeah.
I love the Sixers, and I so have hated their approach as an organization for so long in so many different ways. And last night was just another one. They came out that was so listless. And Pat, you were there.
For a time.
I was there watching on television for a time until I just couldn't take it anymore. That was listless. That was embarrassing. And I know they don't care. Oh, they don't care because they can roll over on Sunday at Brooklyn, lose on purpose, and guarantee they play Brooklyn. By the way, I know you have a lot of respect for the Heat. You said it last year, how much respect you had for the Heat all season long. You don't want to face the Heat in a 7-game series. The Heat will win at least 2 games if they face the Sixers. Minimum 2. And it may be more than that.
They'll make it tough. Yeah, their ball movement is impressive. Like
Ours is not.
The way they just move it around, find the open guy, and the open guy seems to always be past the 3-point line, which is frustrating.
It is.
You know, you look up.
Good analysis on your part.
You look up and they should have been down 13 in the first quarter if it wasn't for Jalen McDaniels' heave that ended up going in. And then all of a sudden it was like, man, the wheels fell off. They looked disinterested after the first quarter.
Yeah, they did. They
got into a bit of a rut, and it was like, all right. And I feel like they are where a lot of fans were. Just get me to the playoffs.
I hate that attitude because if the Heat's there, it's going to be a very, very difficult series.
Yeah, totally agree. And that's a disappointing effort by them. But at the same time, the goal is to deliver a healthy team. And they're locked into their seeding. I know mentally it's not the easiest thing to sell to someone who wants to see them come out and put their best out every night. And that's what you should want as a fan and follower of this team. But the reality is every night is not going to be their best performance. And last night they mailed one in. Will it hurt them in the long run? It's hard to say yes. Like, it's one game that they didn't need remotely. And your point about the Heat is correct. I don't want to see them play the Heat because they're a tough team. But I think in the grand scheme of things, in a week, we're not even thinking about this game anymore. Just in the moment, it's frustrating to see the team not put in effort.
And to me, it is the nonchalance with which this organization accepts losing. And that they're just like, yeah, we can lose this game. It doesn't matter. Momentum doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what we're doing right now. I mean, like down the stretch, you know, the Milwaukee Bucks, nobody in Milwaukee is saying, we just have to get to the playoffs healthy. Just get us to the playoffs.
Because they've gotten to the playoffs healthy.
And they're playing their asses off down the stretch. Boston, whatever they had to do to hold off the Sixers, to try to chase down Milwaukee. They almost did it. Both 7-3 down the stretch, 7-3 down the stretch. Cleveland, 7-3 down the stretch, trying to make sure they held off the Knicks. Knicks, 7-3 down the stretch. And the Sixers now go to 4-6. We care about it tonight, but we don't care about it tomorrow night. I don't believe that prepares you for the playoffs. I've never liked the Sixers' approach to winning and losing. I don't think it's produced any fruit. The tree is fruitless. And it doesn't inspire me. This is our strategy. Because it tells me, Pat, is we think we're smarter than the room. And the Sixers have thought they were smarter than the room for a long time.
You're not wrong there, but in this situation, it's different. Like, all the teams you've mentioned have gotten to the playoffs before with their best player intact. The Sixers haven't. So I do think it's a concentrated effort to not overexert yourself so that Joel Embiid is... I mean, he hit the ground 3-4 times in the first quarter last night.
Last night, the one fall, I actually went...
Yeah, the one that he laid there for a bit.
I said, you got to be kidding.
Yeah, and
I
thought the same thing. And then I started booing him because the next time he did it, he didn't make the shot.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
and it was
good.
like 15 minutes ago, he was automatic from this, and now he can't even make a falling down shot. But I think it's just a concentrated effort by the entire team to not... the lack of a better word, not overexert yourself, because we haven't been in the playoffs healthy.
And the two teams you're going to have to get past that are above you in the Eastern Conference, the Bucks and the Celtics, just play.
Well,
just play basketball.
They've been in the playoffs healthy.
They have younger, more durable stars than you have.
Right.
They have the luxury to be able to do that. You have tried to do what they're doing this year and past years, and you end up not having Joel Embiid. So
you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't.
Exactly.
Well, this is my line in the sand, and honestly, that's what I will draw this morning. I am done with as they are currently constituted. I do believe they have a very good chance to beat Boston.
I agree.
I feel better about this team than I felt about any team, let's say, the last 3 years. They got a chance. I think they have a very good shot to advance. If it's not done, I don't like the philosophy. I don't like what they have to do to try to limp to the finish line to win. I'm drawing the line in the sand. That's it for me. I want to see something different. I want to see a different plan moving forward because I'm not going to be there next October going, yeah, roll this back, and this is going to win.
I can't fault you for that. I absolutely cannot fault you for that. So we got to see them. That's what it's always been, though, right? This isn't news. It's always been playoff success is going to be the determination of how this team's offseason goes. So this is what they're selling out for and why last night's effort wasn't what we wanted them to put out because their focus is the same as ours. You don't think Joel Embiid knows that this team could look totally different if they go out in the second round? You don't think Doc Rivers knows? James Harden knows?
Well, I think James Harden already, and I do believe from when you watch some of these NBA shows and everything, I do believe he's got an eye on the door. That he's going to get paid. That it's going to be about money. And I understand if James Harden wants to get paid, that is his prerogative. He's earned the opportunity.
He's got an eye on the door necessarily, but I do think he's got an eye on his bank account.
Oh yeah. And I don't. By the way, I don't blame him.
I mean, there's no one in this country that thinks they're being paid adequately.
No, and I don't blame him at all if he wants to go and get the highest payday he can get. I'll wonder why it all didn't work out. I'll still try to figure that one out. I can't believe the Cleveland Cavaliers are one win behind the Sixers. I can't fathom it. I don't understand it. I don't believe it that you're literally having to hold off the Cleveland Cavaliers for the 3 seed. That to me is sort of that is borderline unacceptable.
Well, we knew the Sixers had a tough schedule down the stretch, and you kind of got to the point where it's like you don't need to win the 3 seed by 4 games. You just need to have
absolutely.
the 3 seed. So they're trying to get away with taking it as easy on Joel Embiid and James Harden as possible. And watching a team that hasn't won anything try and get away with stuff is not the most comfortable thing to do, but it's what they feel gives them the best chance at playoff success.
And by the way, whether it matters or not, to Bob scoffed and said, it doesn't matter at all. That doesn't matter. They're tied with Denver right now. And I would like to see them to know that if they were able to pull off a run, look, we saw the Eagles do it to the Super Bowl. We saw the Phillies do it to the World Series. We saw the Union get to the finals. I would love to know games 1 and 2 are going to be at the Wells Fargo Center.
Yeah, the good news is I don't think Denver's coming out of the West.
Yeah,
that team's not.
You do not believe
they just lost by 20 to the Rockets.
Well, they also were sort of doing a little bit of give up lineup because they had the number 1 seed.
Jokic played.
But they had the number 1 seed.
They might be doing a give up lineup because they also haven't entered the playoffs.
What did you think of the paint job, Pat?
What do you mean?
You didn't notice the paint job? They painted the Wells Fargo Center
Outside?
Yes.
No, I didn't notice the paint job.
Why did you notice the paint
Wells
job?
Fargo Center totally changed it?
No, I didn't notice the paint job.
You seriously didn't?
They
painted. You know how the Wells Fargo
trying to
Center
maneuver a 4-year-old like Frogger.
Well,
and you want me to start noticing
Wells Fargo. Well, you went in daylight, right?
Yeah.
They've painted the Wells Fargo Center.
I didn't know.
And they've went with what color do you think they've went with? Now I'm shade blind.
Beats me.
So I'm a little bit off. I'm shade blind, so I sometimes
you are a little bit off.
It looks like submarine gray.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, no clue.
You didn't notice either? Well, you'll see it today on opening. Well,
yeah, but I don't
on
want
home
will notice.
opener day.
Yeah, now
Call
I
it what
will
you
notice,
want.
but-
So you had a 4-year-old you were trying to wrangle in.
Jeez, it's like
It's
now
tough.
he's looking around, and I got cars trying to park and stuff. It's like, all right, bud, let's get to the curb.
Let's just get in here.
Come on, man.
So much fun coming your way today, including a question. Jamie Lynch joins us after 7 o'clock. He's doing the Bet Parks, his podcast right now, but he'll be with us after 7 o'clock. Tom McCarthy joins us after 8. The Linehams come and visit. It's going to be a fun day today. You're going to want to hang out with us. One question I've got for the guys coming up. You don't want to draft a running back in the first round, right? Well, these numbers will tell you maybe you do. John Kincade Show. It is our open house today. Audience arrives in around a half hour here on 97.5 The Fanatic. With baseball back, and whether you consider this opening day or home opener day or whatever it is, it's a great opportunity to get in on the Bet Parks app, the only app I recommend to you. And I am already telling you, my over-under that I set for the weekend is 19.5 runs. That sounds wild, right? Yeah, I think there's going to be a ton of runs scored. I think the bats are going to explode, maybe as soon as this afternoon. So I'm going to be looking for runs to be scored. I'm going to be looking to bet overs this weekend. I'm going to
We're here. The 10 already blew away on us. We're looking to have some fun today, though. Hopefully that's not a bad sign. Sixers coming off a big win. We got some big names coming in. We got Kate Scott. We got our boy George Niang. And the head coach, Doc Rivers. No fire Doc chance today. Big win last night. Let's have some fun with it.
With the stacked lineup we had today, our amazing listeners all piled in, and it was an absolutely packed house for the last live show of the week. For the amazing Sixers coverage, we had to get Jamie Lynch in and have the listeners ask a bunch of questions to the show before we had the great Mickey Morandini in live to talk some Phillies baseball. Of course, to start it off, we had to have the head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers in, Doc Rivers. He was actually such a cool dude to joke around and hang out with.
Doc Rivers is in the house.
Doc got a great ovation because it was a Victory Friday, so Pat had to show him his dance moves.
Doc Rivers is saying, what the hell did I come to?
Doc was actually very open and honest about what he's seen from the Sixers team up until the All-Star break, and gives a little bit of an insight of what we are going to see throughout the end of the season.
My 2 years in the playoffs, Joel has not been healthy. We need a healthy Joel. We need a healthy James. We need a healthy team to win. And so we're going to do whatever we can during this stretch. I'm not going to use the word load management. Please don't, because I hate it. I hate the word. I had a load management meeting 2 days ago, and I was sitting there like, you gotta be freaking kidding me.
Okay, I said I can't come. I need load.
Big applause for Doc as we hope that they can continue this strong, successful season.
Man, how cool is Doc Rivers, right? He's saying this is the best team we've had here. He's saying Joel Embiid's the best talent that he's ever coached. It's unbelievable what he has to say about the squad. It was so fun to have him in. The people loved him. It's going to be a fun finish to the season for the Sixers.
Next up, we had the newest voice of the 76ers.
She is Miss Kate Scott.
What's a better way to get the crowd going than to bring a bunch of free swag to throw out? It's always tough to follow a legend in Mark Zumoff, but I think Kate's been doing an absolutely great job. And of course, she had to tee up her man.
When you're on a game and something happens, say somebody hits a three
You know, I am a
something,
huge
which one
fan
do you
of
like?
this guy who talks a whole lot of trash.
Oh, yeah.
And a bang, bang, George Niang. Welcome.
George came in looking for some trouble and it got everybody going. He was getting loud rounds of applause and a lot of laughs.
Number one in the East for the majority of this year, and they have a lot of good players over there. But playing in Wells Fargo is a lot different than them playing at home, and we've had to play them at home twice. I don't know if I want to go and get dinner or anything. I get like a rocket, man. I'm like, oh.
You did have a heart-to-heart about that.
When you say that, I just think of what Joel says in the locker room. He was like, the media hates the process.
The two of them were absolutely awesome. They were such cool, down-to-earth people. They were taking pictures, signing autographs, and just hanging out with the people.
Get that gut, baby. There it is.
Shout out the boy Chick-fil-A. He brought in his George Niang college throwback jersey to get it signed. This was such a fun, cool experience to be a part of. I'll let George, Kate, and John take it away.
It was electric. 97.5 The Fanatic. They showed love. It was a great time. We talked a little smack, talked to Sixers. You know what we're doing at the end of this year.
Go Sixers.
Well, anytime you get to be part of a live studio audience, it's rad. The fans here are amazing. And how good was George, right?
He was awesome.
He's coming for your job in the next 5 to 10. But the vibes are right. Big win last night. Go Sixers. Thanks for having us here.
The end of Open House Week was absolutely amazing, but it's just the beginning. Make sure you are staying tuned every single week to the John Kincade Show. We've always got something going on, and we're looking forward to having you join us next week here all week long, 6 to 10 a.m. right here on The Fanatic.
smart TV, Waze, and more. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Check it out now. Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
It's going to be an open house Fanatic first Friday on the John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Our guests will start to arrive in a few moments, and you may not always need a new water heater, but when you do, choose Bradford White, because Bradford White is here for the pro. You are not, Pat, you are not an Avalon person, right?
New Jersey?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not a New Jersey person.
You don't ever go down to the beach at all?
I'm not a huge fan of it. I think it's overrated, overpriced.
So you don't dig it?
No.
Connor, you like Avalon?
I like Avalon. One of my favorite beach bars in the world, the Windrift.
Oh, it's
is
great.
down
Oh, it's
there.
fun, yeah.
I love to sit there. They got a window that looks out at the beach.
Oh, it's
sit at
awesome.
the bar, crush pina coladas all day. Love
Really?
Avalon. Yes, sir.
Pina coladas.
Yeah.
Now,
You like pina coladas? Getting caught in the rain?
Yeah, I do not.
Are you into yoga?
I do not. I do. I'm a little upset though that
I love making love at midnight.
I got news. Well, that's always good. I got news. Not with a 4 a.m. wake up call though. It's like because I want
Always a good
to get
time
to
to
bed
make some
early.
love.
I got bad news this morning for you people in Avalon.
What up, dirty?
What happened?
Kohler's Bakery is closing.
I'm not familiar, actually.
Okay.
I mean, that's a shame.
When you were in Avalon, Kohler's is one of the spots that you absolutely would hit up for. You want to grab something in the morning. You're getting for you coffee drinkers.
A little pastries and stuff.
Oh,
like
spectacular!
That. See, that's
No.
not my cup of tea.
Like you wouldn't get that down the shore. You wouldn't get that
I don't have a sweet tooth and I don't drink coffee, so that's not really my spot.
Well, I don't drink coffee either, but it's a great spot to hit, and it has been around Avalon for 74 years. And I wake up this morning, it says, "Beloved bakery to close this summer," and I went,
"Oh, that's a shame."
And that's the headline.
Closing this summer is a bold strategy.
At the end of the summer, they're closing at the end of the season.
Okay, I was going to say.
And I said,
man, we had a really bad winter, so let's close it up.
It said 74-year-old Jersey Shore bakery to close after the summer, and I went, no. And then I click on the article, and I'm like, damn you.
Why?
Kohler's is
why are they
closing. They couldn't negotiate a new lease. I have a feeling.
I hate hearing that. Like when
74 years,
yeah,
Pat.
when legendary places close because some greedy slumlord won't not cut him a deal. But
Well, no, that's slumlord. I mean,
it's a slumlord. If you're kicking out a 74-year-old,
that's terrible. It's terrible.
You're a slumlord. You're siding with the slumlord.
Kohler's being gone crushes me.
First, you're siding with big streaming. Now it's slumlords.
I am big streaming. I'm all for.
You really are Logan Roy.
That is not a compliment.
That's a shame, though.
That is not a compliment. I mean, that is one of those spots, though. And we're heading down to Avalon later this summer, and I will absolutely make one last stop in. I've probably been 50 times in my life.
I'll make one first stop in.
Oh, you'll
and then
no.
maybe a second.
You will.
And a third.
You will.
We'll see.
Now, the only thing is, though, you can't drink pina coladas and then go and have like a donut or something.
Why not?
I think they close at lunchtime.
It's
like,
the
right
beach,
after
John.
lunch.
I can do whatever I want.
Yeah, there are no rules at the beach, right?
Correct.
So what's the health? What are you believing as the host of the Locked On Phillies podcast? I'm believing we won't see Marsh and Hall today.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we see them this series.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know, man. It's just the way that the call-ups have come with Cody Clemens joining the team and everything.
Right.
It seems like they're preparing to not have them for a stretch, whether that's a week, whether it's just this series and they're good once Miami comes in. But you have to be cautious with this, right? Because we talked about the long season last year, the shortened off season. That doesn't just affect pitchers. And I know these are two guys in Hall and Marsh that didn't play the full season here. But Marsh played
a full season.
He played a full season. And Derek Hall still, he played in the minors when he wasn't here, and the short offseason messes with guys. You can't have longer injuries, and you're not going to sink the ship in the first 2 weeks, so it behooves them to be cautious with them. Doesn't leave you a lot of margin for error, but yeah, I'd be definitely surprised if we see them today, and wouldn't be shocked if we don't see them this series.
Veterans got to step up big time, Pat. I mean, it's just they're just going to have to carry this team, and Castellanos has to show up. He's the only starter that I think could hear some Bronx cheers today is Nick Castellanos. Getting booed.
I would hope not.
Not booed, but
not booed.
Like,
but I know what you mean.
like the.
It's a Bob Cooney, like when Bob talks about Nick Castellanos at bat of looks at the first pitch, swings poorly at the second pitch, and it's 0-2, and he goes down in a clutch spot. I could see it. Yeah, I mean, I think the fans will be restless for kind of anybody that's up there, but we all know Schwarber ain't getting booed.
Turner's going to get a huge cheer.
Yeah, Turner
Schwarber's going to get
4.
loved.
Schwarber could go 0 for 4
Right.
with 4 strikeouts. He ain't getting booed. You're right. If there's one big time guy on the team that probably would get it, it would be Castellanos.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
You thought there might be boos though today after the 1-5 start.
Potentially.
And I told you there will be idiots in the stands. Breaking news. Channel 6 is leading with that this morning. Expect some a-holes to be in the stands today at the home opener.
Connor's going to be there.
Yeah, I'll be booing for the box.
You will not.
I
He
will
follows all protocols sitting next to me. All protocols are followed.
I'm going to be better this year. The first week last year, they'd like turn a big double play and give a little, got to catch myself.
You
but
were very professional.
I'm a veteran now.
We couldn't share in the press box.
Yeah, I got my
Not allowed
super
to do that.
I got my super professional haircut for this year too.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, come on. You don't like it?
You look like you're training to go to WWE.
I don't hate it. I don't
hate it.
The
I
mullet
don't.
action? You don't like the mullet?
I hate the
No,
mullet.
dude, you look like a tool bag.
I hate the
I
mullet.
think it's good look.
The
It's got
mullet's-
I say
rave
that out of
reviews.
love.
Like, I told you the story before that when it was like 10th grade, 11th grade, so a few years back, and I'm watching something, and Phil Mickelson's on a commercial for Enbrel.
What's Enbrel?
It's some medication that he does, I guess, for his back or whatever.
Okay.
And he's on, and they're showing him, and Phil's sporting the mullet. And Olivia walks through the room, and she goes, "Is that Caitlyn Jenner?"
Jeez.
And I said, "Man, he does look like Caitlyn Jenner." I mean, it really is Phil Mickelson.
But Phil Mickelson could sport a mullet because he's Phil Mickelson.
Why can't
Connor's a softball champion.
And knockout champion added to the list.
No, you're
not
not.
a knockout. You're the station.
You're the station.
You're the last person.
You
on
were the
station
last person
remaining.
standing at the station.
You didn't get your
Knockout.
You
picture
couldn't
taken
beat.
center
You
court
couldn't
with the
beat
trophy.
a teenager.
Station knockout champion.
You couldn't beat a teenager,
That's
and there
not
was
a thing.
You guys aren't taking this one away from
and there was one woman left when you were in it too.
Then no.
I thought, wasn't there? All the women were all out.
Yeah,
Not the
Connor,
best.
that's not a thing, bud.
That's good. You got over that, which is exciting. So, we will. So you're going to see it. I love how everyone's like, "Oh, the Phillies made the wrong call. They shouldn't have called off the game." Today, there's no chance of rain. Yesterday, there was. Whether you think it was, oh my gosh, they missed it or not. The people criticizing the weather forecasters for getting it wrong yesterday are some of the people that have had the stupidest crap to say for years in this town, whether it be news, whether it be sports,
Right next to
whether it be otherwise. I'm sorry, you're in
Literally
the room.
right here.
I mean, it's like, oh my gosh. There are people in this town who said that Jalen Hurts should have been replaced and should be gone and would never be a starting quarterback that are on going, I can't believe these weather forecasters blew it yesterday.
Yeah.
We have Dr. Fauci who told you to double mask, and then the CDC now tells us, well, in retrospect, we probably shouldn't have been masking.
I don't know.
I mean, seriously, some of the big foremost experts of the world
I don't know if we can compare that.
have gotten stuff. Yeah, but people
the
get
weather
stuff
issue.
wrong.
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, I personally, I don't get stuff wrong, but I know that you guys have.
I have
in
yes,
the past.
I have frequently. Yes, frequently.
I got both Rodney and I got both Rodney.
We
and,
frequently get stuff wrong.
Grossman over here, like you got to be kidding me. Yeah, no,
That's not your Beasley's best, by the way.
I'm doing my Beasley best over here. I'm grinding away. Yeah, I mean, driving down, it was like the perfect weather last night, so it was.
It rained.
They could have gotten the game in. Then again, as I left the Wells Fargo Center, it was a downpour. And look, if
You
you
have no idea.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
the game could have went to extras. You never know how it happens. It's going to be a 45-minute pregame debacle because it's opening. What are
You
we
don't
calling
want
it?
that.
What are we calling
Opening,
it?
home opener.
Whatever you want to call it, as Connor said. Yeah. So you don't, winds shift and gusts and stuff.
Oh, yes. 6:12, it started to rain at my house last night. So we are further south, and
Yeah.
I guess
Well,
we're south.
proved that
We
you
are
live-
south of the
You
stadium.
live in Mario Land.
We live in weird weather land.
I was in Fishtown and I didn't see rain until 9.
We had around 6:12, it started to rain, but the rain was done by, I think, 7:30. Like, it was totally gone. Like, it had blown past.
I didn't see a drop
and it
until
didn't
the
rain
downpour.
terribly.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't get a terrible downpour either.
I don't know. Is it just crazy to think that we should be able to tell like a day in advance whether or not it's going to rain in the year 2023? Like, I'm not faulting them. They're at the mercy of the systems they use. but
Absolutely.
Shouldn't we be able to tell whether or not it's going to rain 24 hours in advance?
I would think you'd be able to tell 12. I don't know. I mean, is it
probably should have an idea? You're right. Look, at the end of the day, you're right. They did the right thing.
Yeah, for sure.
They canceled it in a timely fashion so that you weren't heading down there and dealing with the are they getting the game and are they not? You kind of had your plan set. You knew what you were doing,
Yes.
but it was the most Philadelphia sports thing in the world. If you're driving down there, and you're like, it's gorgeous out.
And
Like, you could've played
Baltimore and the Mets did it.
Yeah,
Same
they did.
thing. They did it because you built in the empty day to say, And you know what Baltimore and the Mets know today?
I don't want to be following those franchises.
I understand. But you know what those cities knew? That there's no rain today in the forecast.
Yeah, no,
they all knew that there's one day where we know it's not going to rain. There's another day where it may rain severely. So they made a decision to say, I think it's smarter to go with the day where there's no chance of our game being rained out.
They made the right call. Absolutely.
Absolutely did.
But you can understand people's frustration when it's 5 o'clock yesterday and it's 75
It was
and
bright and sunny.
I don't even
it
know
was
if
sunny
it
at 5 at our house.
Yeah, I don't
was
even know if
sunny.
it's frustration. I think it's more of like a mocking.
I think it's what it is.
Of course, you
Yeah.
know, it's perfect weather. They could have gotten, because I said it out loud. I admit it. I said they could have gotten.
Did you say it out loud? Wait a minute. You didn't even notice they painted the Wells Fargo Center.
No, but what I did notice was it was like 60 degrees and gorgeous out.
Guys, by the way,
That's baseball weather.
one of our listeners DMs and says, it does look like a submarine. It's like that. You're going to have to look at the colors because I can't tell colors.
I'll check it out.
You know, I can't tell. Like, what is the color in our studio here? That is, I see blue and gray.
Fuchsia.
Blue and gray?
Like
No,
it's sort of a light blue.
Yeah, it's
it's
like
gray
a baby
and a
blue
lighter
and a fuchsia.
Okay, so
He's messing with you.
no. The colors in the wall.
Yes,
It might
it's
be a
light gray
salmon.
and dark
Okay,
gray.
you say light gray. I look at that as
Yes.
it looks a little light blue to me, like a very pastel blue, and then it looks gray. So
No.
that's where it's looking there. Rodney's giving me the thumbs up. Like you guys are wrong and I'm right. That looks like a light blue.
John, I don't know who's messing with you and who's not. All I'm telling you is that's light gray and dark gray.
Okay, well that
Very
helps.
confident.
Yes, I am I have to have I cannot send my dark suit or dark slacks to the dry cleaner at the same time.
Oh, I have to go to the dry cleaner today.
See, there you go. Now I have to have wooden hangers I put them on say black suit, black slacks because I can't tell.
Yeah.
From black to blue.
Listen, as someone who can't smell, I feel
There
your
you go.
pain. Thoughts and prayers.
I'd rather be able to smell and not be able to tell like shades
Wait.
of color.
Well, think about our show, right? So you can't.
I can't tell
differentiate
shades.
Shades. He can't smell, and I can't get on the big rides at Six Flags.
See, there we
I
go.
thought you were
We
going to go
are-
can't see, but
All right.
We are a hodgepodge of a show.
All right. I mean, is that I know Jamie Lynch is showing up already. He's gotten the Daily Odds pod up for Bet Park. Jamie, then I want you to join this conversation then, and you're not getting paid for it, by the way. I've seen the paperwork.
I thought we finally got a listener to show up for this thing.
No, look at he's got the big tall. He's got his tall Wawa coffee going on. But I need Jamie for this conversation because I was going to revisit it. But if I'll do it the first time with Jamie here. Hello, James Lynch. How are you there, buddy? You really did your podcast early this morning.
Yeah, back to the old hours. Good to be here.
Good to see you.
I can't grow hair if we're talking about things we can't do.
Yeah, Jamie can't do hair.
It's amazing. We're a cluster, you know what?
Yeah.
Bob's lactose intolerant.
We're the freak show at table 9.
He's freaky. Bob,
we're the most pathetic freak show in the world.
Bob is lactose
Paid for
intolerant.
this?
Oh, yeah, we're all aware of that, yeah.
So the idea is, right, the Eagles don't draft a running back in the first round, right?
I don't think so, unless for some reason Bijan was sitting there at 30, then you consider it.
What have I heard from everybody, though? Don't draft running backs in the first round. It's done, right?
Yeah, but you have kind of house money this year. I'm getting irrational with my thinking, and I want to go get Jackson Smith and Jigba from Ohio State and just push all in on
the
offense.
I think it's a great idea.
Let's get wild. Why not?
I don't think that's a bad idea at all.
You got house money.
Are you saying with 30th?
No.
You're going early?
I have the feeling with him that I had with like Micah Parsons that he's like as close to can't miss as can't miss can be. So if you know that and it's on your mind and you can, I looked it up.
I wonder who's going 10 in your
He's
mock
not. Wait a
draft.
minute.
No,
Wait a minute. He's not can't miss compared to Bijan.
No, probably not.
Right?
But it's a more important position. And Quez got like 60 targets last year.
Well, here's what I want to
Let's
tell
get
you
nuts.
is the idea of not drafting a running back in the first round. You hear everybody tell you, don't draft a running back. It's dumb. How many running backs, first round running backs? Now I'm going just to the modern era, so I'm only going back 20 years. What percentage of Pro Bowl running backs were drafted in the first round?
How far is this going back?
20 years.
20 years. What percentage of Pro Bowl are
Running backs?
first rounders? I would say 55%.
49.
Okay.
Second round running backs?
I'll take that as a guess.
So 49, 25 in the second round. And then it drops down to 13 in the third round. Then it drops down to 8 in the fourth round. Then it drops down to 7 in the fifth round. So in other words, it's 8 in the fifth round, it's 7 in the fourth round. If you're drafting a running back outside the first 2 days, History says over 20 years, you are looking to pick up a lottery ticket. You are going to say, I have a 7 in 100 chance of drafting a Pro Bowler. You draft in the first round a running back, you have a 50-50 chance that that guy is going to be at some time in his career a Pro Bowler. You draft in the second round, you have a 25% chance.
Yeah.
So if you don't draft in the first 2 days, you are literally kicking the can and saying, we're going to take our chances.
I think, I guess the thinking to the counter to that would be that there's such a thin line between Pro Bowl running back and really good baseline running back, where if you don't value having a Pro Bowl running back compared to, say, like what Miles Sanders did last year, like 1,400 yards combined or whatever.
Which was awesome.
And if you value, like if you don't see the difference there in what you spend, then I would make the case just get your run-of-the-mill average running back because the drop-off isn't that far off. But your point's valid. I mean, yeah.
I mean, the numbers, the thing is, the one thing I would just say is that does the running back by committee work?
Yes.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I think it does. I like what the Eagles did in 2017. The complementary pieces to one another. One kind of, showboat home run threat. One, between the tackles, pound you in the chest type of guy.
And they fell into Ajayi.
Yeah, as long as they complement one another, I love a running back by committee.
The fact that you said they fell into Ajayi,
they had to go get
Ajayis out there every year. It's because there's not a lot of teams now that go with one running back. It's what, a handful?
Very
few.
It's
Tennessee. It's Las Vegas. Like, it's not many. So yeah, I think
Giants primarily.
Giants, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like it's less than 5 you factor in. So it absolutely works.
I'm just looking at those numbers, and to me, it's pretty staggering that a first round running back, you got a 50-50 shot of making.
Yeah,
of drafting a Pro Bowler.
I don't think the argument is that first-round running backs don't turn out to be good. I think the argument is good running backs don't turn into good teams. Like, you can get a talented running back in the first round, but is that enough value for your team to be successful? And in most cases, historically, it doesn't look like it is.
What helps when you have 3 years left of Devontae Smith and you have 3 years left of A.J. Brown, and you have 2 years left of contract of Dallas Goedert.
Yeah.
What serves them the best? Getting another wide receiver or getting a powerhouse young running back you could break the wheels off for those 3 years? You could literally run him into the ground. You could drive him like a rental car.
Yeah, the only counter to that is something Zach Berman said like a month ago here when we did the Open Friday show, and he was like, look, the Eagles don't draft in the first round for depth chart. They draft for a position they want to get a cheap deal on that they value the most. And the Eagles have kind of told you, first round, they don't value running back. So I hear you. Like, I think the kid is, most scouts that you read and trust say this is probably the most surefire player in this draft. So I hear you. It would work out. It would be awesome. I just don't think the Eagles would ever consider it. Really.
I'm going to put a number out there, bold and beautiful here. 1,500 yards plus combined yards if he becomes a Cowboy. He will eclipse. He will have
you
a better.
Draft him because you're terrified that he becomes a Cowboy.
I do not want to face him.
I don't think they will.
I do not want to face him. I do not want to. Tony Pollard. When's he ready? Pollard? He got injured in the playoff game.
But are they going to give that much money to a running back room? Because if he's drafted, what are the Cowboys picking?
You're not going no, the Cowboys, if they get it, the Cowboys get him, they're getting him in the 20s.
Yeah. I don't
just
think
saying,
they would.
Okay. I'm just telling you, I think he is going to be a surefire.
Yeah, he will be.
Pat, you're questioning something about what this Phillies team, as we head to opening day at home.
Yeah.
Of the home opener.
I am going. I am looking forward to it.
Okay. Well, there you go. I'll see.
You don't like pennants raising? You don't like that?
I do.
Okay.
I don't like.
Don't pay me out to be that guy.
I don't like ring ceremonies.
It's like the negative camp.
Yeah.
I don't like a ring ceremony.
I like seeing the flag go up.
Second. Today, I like that very much. A ring ceremony.
Yeah, that doesn't do anything.
That was anti-penance going.
Yeah. Pat, what are you questioning?
Their depth.
Oh, what depth?
Yeah.
Bring up
their
Kingery.
depth could sink them. It is bad. I mean, they called up Cody Clemens. What are we doing? I'm starting to wonder if the Soto trade, this is complete revisionist history.
No,
it has nothing to do with the fact that he hasn't played well. I'm starting to wonder if that was a good move because they gave up Maton and Vierling. Both of them are starting for Detroit, which is bad Detroit team.
Both of them
started well.
Both of them may have been playing today.
Yeah.
They could have been playing today.
You're not
what I go
alone in
back
this,
to.
Pat. I've had a couple text conversations this week. There's some serious Vierling and Maton missing out there.
Yeah, and look, a lot of it has to do with Vierling's hot start. Like
Sure.
he goes 4 for 5 and wins
And Logan
the
Hobbs.
game in a yeah,
Hoppies, he
he's
started
looked
well
good.
too.
Yeah, but I mean, a
looks
Hoppy,
really
Yeah, but he doesn't. He wouldn't play.
Oh,
I
Hoppy's
know.
different, yeah, because he wouldn't have played. He would have started in AAA. But like for those two in particular, it has nothing to do with Soto and his poor start. But it's like you probably could have found a Soto type, not maybe throwing 100 miles per hour, but you could have found somebody on the open market. Did you have to give up the depth? And it kind of reminds me what the Sixers did to get Harden. Like, yeah, you got Harden, and that's great, but you gave up a lot of depth to do it for that 1 year.
And missing
I don't
Curry, you're missing Curry. You're missing.
Yeah, and I don't think it's like this is going to sink the Phillies, but for this series, it's like, oh man, this depth situation really sucks.
I wish I had anything to counter with.
Yeah, you
I
don't, do you?
No, I don't.
No.
I don't. It pisses me off.
The only thing is the only hope is that Soto comes out and looks like he, gets it together and looks amazing and makes us forget about that. But Vierling, you could use that guy on your team right now.
Seriously.
And Wolfie too.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Good.
when you're at the point of saying call up Scott Kingery, things aren't good in your depth.
Hey,
played well.
I know.
Nice hat, by the way, Jamie.
Thank you. This is my.
Is that the quicker picker upper hat?
I got this at the Rally House.
You did Rally House, baby.
Quilted for her pleasure.
So you could like if you spill something,
Yeah,
you just take the hat, wipe it up, it'll absorb it all.
Yeah, new hat for the year.
All right, here we go. Jamie's with us. We begin the 7 o'clock hour coming up. Our live audience rolling in. It is an open house Friday on the John Kincade Show. And when we begin, Zach Wheeler gets a chance to have a do-over on a second opening day. Right, Connor? Second opening day.
Yes, sir.
John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. I know this as a Temple grad, as a Temple adjunct professor, and as the father
Beasley Media Group Station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic. Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
We got some members of the live audience have already arrived. For first Friday.
No, they're all crisis actors.
They are? We hired a few?
Yeah, we hired a few of them.
Or are these
who's in our budget?
Or are these all Preston and Steve interns that we've just asked to come on over and have a free breakfast?
They heard about the nifty 50s. They just came in off the street.
7 a.m. hour of the John Kincade Show, brought to you by the all-new Bet Parks app, sportsbook and casino in one sleek, easy-to-use app in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. And you can check out with Bet Parks Jamie's Daily Odds Pod. It's Jamie Lynch.
Yeah.
This, which is
knocked
good.
it out this morning. Thanks to Bet Parks for presenting me. And, it's a good time right now. Masters, they got some good promos going on, John, where you can win some clubs for every $10 you bet.
Oh, that's a great one.
Yeah,
Yes.
every $10 gets you an entry. So opt into that one, and hopefully we can give out some great clubs.
Yeah, I could use I've wanted to do the new clubs, and I have not pulled the trigger.
I want the one that takes the fade away from the tee box from you, if you can find that club for me.
Well, I think that's your swing.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is, you have a very nice swing.
Yeah, at times.
No, he does.
My problem is this stupid male brain I have.
You are very over-aggressive sometimes.
Oh, yeah, I swing out of my shoes because you want to crush the ball.
He does.
And it's fun.
That's why you're out there, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So if I could just shut off this stupidity in my brain, maybe I'd have a shot.
Not happening.
Yeah, no.
That isn't
not
happening. I think the minute you do that, your radio career's over.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You absolutely
Wait,
don't
didn't that
want
happen?
I can't get by the super absorbent hat you're wearing.
Oh,
So if it had rained, Jamie can wear that to an opening. It does look like a bounty. It looks like
a pretty
bounty.
normal hat.
It's like it got that quilted.
No, it doesn't.
looking
It's got
cut
quilted
to it.
bounty on it.
Yeah, but you're like fixated on this
It's
hat.
comfortable as hell.
It
That's
is?
why I got it. Yeah. Mhm.
So, you don't have the hair to sit in.
Yeah. So comfort is very important.
Very important for
Yeah,
that.
no
That's
cushion.
true.
And he's also got a noggin on him. You
Yeah.
got to have a big size hat for that.
7 5/8. Big.
You
dome,
went to
big
7
brain.
5/8 hat?
Yeah. Big,
Dude.
Big brain.
You're like George Washington?
Not true.
Big case.
You think the
I
big
mean,
casing?
but it's not the brain.
By the way, Jamie, who am I thanking? Your buddy. We tried two of the places on your buddy's list last
in
weekend.
D.C.
We were heading down to D.C. He is a food.
Yeah.
he should
yeah.
be a
Him and
food
his-
critic.
Him and his wife are.
Okay, they should be. Who is that?
foodies. My buddy Mike Radowski down in.
Mike.
Yeah.
Mike
What's-
Wazowski, you said?
Hey, Mike Wazowski.
I used to always. call him.
Wazowski. Yeah, where's
yeah,
Roz?
Old Evitt Grill's a great spot.
Old Ebbets, fantastic.
Yeah.
That was absolutely awesome.
Yeah, DC is a good town.
Really, really good. We had a great time.
Yeah.
17 and a half miles in 2 days, though.
Nice.
Walking.
That's good.
Like, literally, like the weekend.
Yeah.
We just kept walking. It's so flat.
Yeah, it is.
You don't even know you're
it's
doing
built on
it.
a swamp.
What?
It's built on a swamp.
Well, I know the swamp.
Summer
Yeah,
sucks. 'cause
Oh,
it's
it's
so humid and gross and yeah.
Big, wide sidewalks.
Yeah.
Why don't we have sidewalks like that here?
I don't know.
Like, did they replace the original sidewalks and make those big walking
We were
ones?
too busy ushering in democracy. Sorry.
Really?
Sorry, we couldn't
We're-
get city planning.
We're actually a constitutional republic. We're not a democracy, but I can get the error in that. So
Here we
we've been
go.
on from
We're gonna deal with
Netflix,
Nikki
from
Netflix over here.
From Netflix to that, we've been
Nice
we've been
Captain
all over.
Constitution.
Hey,
All right.
hey, First Friday is presented by H&H Heating and Air Conditioning. My friends at DelcoHVAC.com. Make sure your home's ready for summer. Schedule a $69 air conditioner tune-up at DelcoHVAC.com. So none of our crew that is here today in the audience so far that I've met, now I didn't meet the guys about anyone going to the home opener today. Okay, we have one.
We got Chick-fil-A.
One going to the home opener.
I'm going.
I'm going too. Connor's going
I'll be
too.
there.
Nice.
We will all be there. But that sort of bums me out.
I think there's a good buzz for it.
You do? I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, I do.
just not in this room.
Just not in this room.
Then they're excited for Phillies baseball.
Yeah, but this is the big event of the day for them. Like, they're already getting it out of the way early.
I apologize in advance. I absolutely apologize if that is the case.
Yeah, I think there's a good buzz out there. I mean, the weather delay kind of derailed some of it because people had to scramble and figure out plans and babysitters and all that. But yeah, I think it's going to be popping down there today.
A Friday afternoon, it's awesome. So I ask you, I'm going to love seeing the pennant raised.
Yeah.
Or the pennant unveiled.
Two of my
Well,
buddies
it'll be raised because it's on a flag, so it'll be aired as a
I would
flag.
imagine the team does it in center field.
Yeah, I would
before
imagine
they
that'll
walk
be
down.
it.
Yeah.
I will love seeing that. Pat, were you? I can't remember. Was it you? Or you're like me though. The ring ceremony. I'm not into the ring ceremony.
I don't care
at
about
all.
that.
It's completely fake.
I can't
rings
believe
for
they're
second
doing
place?
that.
Yeah.
No, they've always done the National League Championship or American League Championship team always gets a ring and has gotten a ring as long as I've been alive. They've gotten rings. So, but the ring ceremony, it bothers me.
I mean, it doesn't bother me.
We're going to get mocked.
I don't like
we
it.
are going to get mocked wildly by teams that finish by fan bases that
I don't
say.
think fan bases will know that we're doing it. Like,
You don't think-
What do you think? The
you don't
Mets
think the-
fans?
you don't think the Phillies are going to? You don't think the
Colorado Rockies fans are like, you see what the Phillies did?
You don't think the Phillies are going to are going to put it on all over social media, the ring ceremony and everything? And
Well,
then other cities. This is not something that is the normal.
What don't you get mocked for on social media? I'll show you mine. I'm getting mocked for everything. Like, it's just, that's Twitter nowadays.
Not your Netflix.
That's Instagram.
Well, anybody from the NL that mocks them is an idiot.
Yeah, because they got owned.
Because they didn't win the NL.
No, but the other teams that won the NL don't do that.
Well,
let
with
them do
rings,
what they don't want
like
to
a
do.
ring ceremony.
Well, we don't have a lot of winning here. We're grasping at whatever we got.
I mocked for years and got crushed for it in Atlanta that they had a parade twice. A parade for losing the 91 World Series.
Yeah,
that's pretty bad.
And a parade for losing the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they're nerds.
When they lost the Super Bowl, the first one with
That's
Dan
way
Reeves.
worse.
Terrible. Those are horrible decisions to
Yeah.
make. You're celebrating a championship loss
that's
with a
embarrassing.
parade. Terrible.
No, you
absolutely
can't do
not.
that.
I don't think you do this either, though. I think this is something that you hold at an event. You have all the players, their wives, the organization. You celebrate it. It's worth celebrating.
Well,
today we will celebrate the National League champion Phillies.
Manager talk. Rob Thompson's probably like, all right, I want this like behind us. Let's move on. You know what I mean?
I would
like,
imagine so.
They just probably want it out of the way at this point because it's all about been the focus for this year and winning a World Series.
Look,
So
it's also about selling tickets. Like, let's call what it is. It's about getting people in the door.
I wouldn't
and
think the National League champions should have a hard time selling tickets.
Not for opening day.
They have it. No, but
No, it's this Sunday.
It's this Sunday.
Ring ceremony.
It's another.
Oh, it's a whole separate day.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's too
It's
much. I
another-
thought it was just what Band-Aid rip it off.
It's Sunday.
It's another promotion they can put on the calendar. It's
And it's Easter.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if that could be part of it.
not everybody celebrates Easter.
I understand, but I would think the majority of the Phillies local fan base is celebrating.
I mean,
Easter.
Jesus got up after 3 days. Why can't Phillies fans?
Let's see if Zach Wheeler
You know?
can today.
Yeah.
Let's get up there and go to the ballpark, folks.
Let's see if we can do. Yeah, I don't
See
want to
this
hear.
offense be
I'm
risen.
anxious to see attendance this year.
I think it'll
because
be good.
because
I think it'll be
there's no excuse.
No, I think it'll
There's
be
no
strong.
excuse because I've heard every excuse about, well, we got to buy in. We got to buy in. There's no reason that you shouldn't buy in. John Middleton has literally opened the coffers, spent incredibly wildly. They got to the World Series last year.
I think it'll be good. I don't think they're as bad as they've shown, and I don't think they're as good as I possibly maybe thought they could be. I
in
think
6 games.
Yeah, I think the Reese Hoskins thing really kind of throws their axis off tilt. I kind of undervalued him a little bit in the middle of this lineup and what he did, and now positionally you're seeing like they're kind of screwed when you have to fill in for a Derek Hall. Like Pat said, the depth is just not there, and we kind of knew
And you
that.
just said that when you have to fill in for a Derek Hall.
Yeah, like what do? You don't really have another first baseman. Is it becomes Garrett Stubbs as your regular guy, and you throw JT there? Do you move Bohm over where he started to like?
And
come
I don't want
alive?
Bohm. Bohm was so comfortable at third.
Yeah, you don't want to do any of these things. So you're kind of screwed. Like the Reese thing really hurt this team. But I also don't think they're as bad as they've shown.
No.
But they are playing dumb baseball.
Okay, what number? And Connor is the host of the Locked On Phillies podcast, sporting his new home opener haircut.
The mullet opening.
He's going with a
mullet.
home opener mullet.
Yeah.
Audience reaction. Clap if you like Connor's new look.
Thank you. We got one clap. Yes, I'll take it.
Seriously. It looks like somebody got drunk at a Sport Clips.
That's one more clap that I thought I was going to
I mean, seriously. And I think it was the 8-year-old kid who cheered for you. I think
Or
it was
the Utes.
Seriously. The Utes love it.
He's
what,
like 10.
At what number? Well, Pat,
He's taller than me, for
he is
Christ's sake.
taller than Pat. At what number will the Phillies reach 500? Will it be 8-8, 7-7, 6-6, 10-10? At what number will the Phillies reach 500?
I'm not good.
They're 1-5.
mean, it's
They're 1-5.
7:10 in the morning. Now you want me to do math?
I'm going to go 10-10.
I was going to go 11-11.
So you're saying it takes a little while?
I'll go 12-12. I don't 12-12.
Sure, Pat.
Sure,
that
we'll
works.
go with
He's going to go 12 and 12?
That's 500.
All right, I'll go
one above 11.
I'm going to go 9-9.
Really?
Yeah, I'm going to go
You have
9.
a lot of faith in them in this homestand.
Well, no, I think that they've got 7 with the Reds in the next 10 days.
That's good. Yeah, it's good.
So I'm going to guess that hopefully this team should be able to do that. If they don't, and again, Pat said something in the first hour, and it was insightful. So, Pat, I mean, sometimes you do say something smart before 7:15.
That was an accident.
You can't win the division in April, but you certainly can lose it.
Yeah.
And I don't want to go through another summer saying, well, you're just playing for the wild card. Because last year was fantastic. You got to 2 wild card teams played to go to the World Series in the National League.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to be the norm. The 3 division winners are not going to be out most years. I don't want to see that again. I don't want a summer of playing for wild card position. I want a summer where we're actually still saying there is a race in the National League East.
Yeah, well, today's a good time because, if Zach Wheeler can't beat Hunter Green, then you might have some issues. Like, you need Nick Castellanos to stop striking out 48% of the time at the plate.
Hunter Green's nasty, though.
I know. He's
really good.
But Zach Wheeler
nasty stuff, right?
Yeah,
Pat?
he's got good stuff.
Yeah.
The Phillies have the 6th highest K rate in baseball. Like, a lot of these things just have to stop, and it's got to start, like, now, as you said, because – you don't want to be hunting wild cards every year.
Because, I mean, you absolutely could find a way to fall way behind the Braves in April.
Yeah, they're good.
And that would suck.
Yeah.
That would suck. Another summer of just going, well, can you be a wild card?
Yeah. They're an
at that point,
franchise.
at that point, you're dreaming about it.
Yeah, I mean, the last time you did it, it turned out all right. So I'm not losing my mind if it turns into that. But ideally, with how much they've invested in this team, you want them to compete for the division. Like, mentally, that would be a really good thing for this team, especially with the injuries they're dealing with, to know that they're still in that that level of competition.
You want to see I want to see a little lineup consistency too.
I don't think you have that option.
No.
Don't really.
You
no.
don't.
Everyone's getting hurt.
It's really bad right now.
And I also think Rob Thompson's trying to figure out where guys are best suited.
Where they fit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping for some good health.
The only guy we
can't
can't move though is Kyle Schwarber.
No, can't move.
I mean, you can't move him.
You got to keep him comfortable.
He's got to be comfortable. Oh my God, he's got.
I always hate to. I'm shocked.
Sick of hearing about.
Jamie doesn't like that.
I like home runs.
I do too, but the idea that he can't hit home runs in the 3 spot, in the 4 spot, in the 5 spot.
You should be able to hit home runs
anywhere. The only player I've heard about his comfort level so much is Kyle Schwarber. Like, well, he's comfortable there. Great. I think he'd be comfortable in the 4 spot hitting home runs with guys on base.
Yeah, but he's one of the leaders of your team. You know what I mean? Like
exactly. So he should be.
Yeah,
okay,
but you
coach.
want to listen to him. I mean, I think.
See, I want the guy.
Maybe.
I want the guy who's leading.
Rob Thompson's
to be
Canadian. Trust him.
I don't trust Canadians.
They're
Why
good
would
people.
you trust Canadians?
I trust some.
You trust Canadians?
I got family up in Canada. Yeah,
Yeah, he's a good man.
Yeah, you said you never see them though.
No, I mean I see him every once in a while. They're good people. I saw him a couple months ago.
Chugging maple syrup.
Yeah,
there you go. Hey, Jamie's Daily Odds Pod every day from Bet Parks, a 20-minute daily podcast that Pat walks the dog to.
I do.
Thank you.
So you and Jamie walk the dog then. You and J Roll go out for a walk.
Yeah,
and you
get out of the house,
and you get out of the house.
Uh-huh.
One of my 4 Masters picks yesterday withdrew before the tournament started, so I'm off to a hot start.
Nice job, loser. That's the thing. I just listened to it and I laughed.
What did you do in Bob's pool?
I didn't get in.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, because you couldn't give cash because he doesn't take Venmo.
Yes,
he would have given you cash.
That's why. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I never got reached out to, and then I forgot, and things happened.
You never got reached out to.
Wow. Good to know where you're.
Bob didn't reach out.
No.
Are you ready for your mock draft?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Jamie's ready for his mock draft. Let's get going. It's like shark music.
Yeah. All right, this is mock 3.0. Again, these first 3 picks aren't going to change, I don't think. I'm pretty locked in on these 3. The Panthers.
With the first pick in the NFL draft, the Carolina Panthers select.
I think it's C.J. Stroud. I think he's.
I do too.
One pick. Number 2.
With the second pick in the NFL draft, the Houston Texans select
Bryce Young, who was birthed in this great city of Philadelphia. Number 3.
I did not know that.
Yeah, that is it.
I know. I didn't know.
NFL draft, the Arizona Cardinals select.
Will Anderson, defensive end, Alabama. I just think that's a no-brainer for the Cardinals. Number 4.
With the 4th pick in the NFL draft, the Indianapolis Colts select
Anthony Richardson, quarterback, Florida.
Ooh.
Yeah, I just think Steichen's going to be enamored with this kid. And he saw Jalen Hurts. A lot of the same things are said about Richardson. Great leader, great worker, smart kid.
So inaccurate.
Yeah.
He is so inaccurate. They're actually hiring him as a forecaster here in Philadelphia, one of the stations.
Zing! Got him.
He throws a football worse than Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, he hit the roof of the building.
Guess what? He can throw all those things, but accuracy? My gosh, he's terrible.
But he's got that big P word potential.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's physically.
I'm glad that's the word you were using with the big P word. Because that's a weird scouting report if it's otherwise.
Number 5.
With the 5th pick in the NFL draft, the Seattle Seahawks select
Jalen Carter. It just seems like Pete Carroll and him, like, that just seems like a good mix to me.
Okay.
Number 6.
with the 6th pick in the NFL draft, the Detroit Lions select
Christian Gonzalez, cornerback, Oregon. They've been tied to him from the start.
Seems that way.
I'm gonna lock that in.
You
Sometimes
want to pay him at 6, though?
they need help there.
Okay.
And they have a pretty good young nucleus.
You can't argue with him about his mock draft. His mock draft.
Number 7.
I'm mocking
with the
his
7th
mock
pick in the NFL draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select.
I may be giving them too much credit here for being a smart organization, but Paris Johnson, offensive tackle, Ohio State. He's a monster, and if they're smart, they build their trenches.
Keep Jimmy G healthy for a couple years.
Yeah. Number 8. I don't think Will Levis is
in the
warranted.
NFL draft, the Atlanta Falcons select
Devin Witherspoon, cornerback, University of Illinois.
You know, the Falcons were one of the teams that was after Slay.
Yeah.
They were trying to get Slay, and they wanted to get Bradbury. So both of them, they were in on Bradbury and Slay. They were hoping Bradbury would want out. And then they were kicking tires on Slay.
Number 9.
with the 9th pick in the NFL draft, the Chicago Bears select
Peter Skoronski, guard tackle. And if this happens, Howie or whoever you're sending up, sprint your ass to the podium with the 10th pick.
With the 10th pick in the NFL draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select
Tyree Wilson, defensive end. I would be ecstatic if he falls.
So
to
you
10.
would be.
Yeah.
If he falls to 10.
Yeah, you sprint to that podium and you draft that man.
That's an interesting mix, though, that you put out there.
I think that's a position they value. I think it's going to be a lineman, whether it's offensive or defensive. Miles Murphy, him, I think are two main targets.
I love the idea of your mock draft because someone's going to call for Will Levis.
Probably.
Someone's going to call for that 10th pick.
And it might be the Bears. Maybe they just keep, rolling that snowball of, draft capital downhill. And I don't know. But 9-10 is going to be an interesting
Because somebody will be in on Will. Somebody's going to be in on Will Levis.
Apparently he interviews quite weird. Like he's got like a.
So did you, and you came back.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I mean, what does that mean?
Teams are a little turned off by how he interviews.
How's Coach Camille managed to keep his job all these years?
He's a big TikTok boy.
Yes, he is a TikToker.
Wait, so he gets in there and he starts doing a little dance?
Yeah, he does.
Yes, he does the weird dances and everything.
What's wrong with dancing?
That doesn't tend to go over well in NFL locker rooms.
That's what I did to Coach in my interview process like a decade ago, and he was into it.
Once we figure out how Coach got through managed to sneak through.
Started throwing dollar bills at me.
And we're going to find out. It does that. So, Jamie's mock draft, we are 20 days until the NFL draft.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
And May 11th is the day you want to circle on your calendar for the schedule release.
Oh.
I've been told May 11th will be that's the date that we should see that.
So are they going to be raising a pennant?
Why not?
I know it's not a pennant in football.
Yeah, they'll hang the banner.
They'll hang a banner, and they should open at home. History tells you that the loser of the Super Bowl will open at home.
Yeah.
So you figure
maybe a little Chiefs rematch game.
The Chiefs game is on the road.
Oh, that's a road.
So they won't, and they're not going to do that.
I don't know.
Do you even watch football?
Even know football?
You guys pay attention to this stuff?
People are laughing at you, man.
Okay. Home game. 49ers.
Oh, there you go. That's
No. But 49ers may not have their quarterback. So does the NFL say push it to like mid-season?
You can't accommodate them that much.
Okay, Bills are on the home schedule.
That's not bad.
I could see them doing Josh Allen Sunday Night Football.
That would be pretty cool.
Eagles open at home against the Bills. They could see something along those lines. Maybe Miami.
You know this off the top of your head?
Yeah, I'm a dork.
Wow.
Well, we knew that.
Yeah, you knew that.
Well, why do you know it off the top of your head?
I just know it. Ask me to put oh, wait a minute. I did. You know what I just thought of? I was going to use the old example of ask me to put out the trash, and I forgot. I think I forgot to put out the trash. It is trash day.
Good job.
It is trash day. I may have missed trash
That's
day.
a bad feeling.
You got to go.
You want to run home?
I
got to run home.
I can.
Anyone want a guest house out here?
I went to use an expression and say, like, tell me to put out the trash, and I think I can remember the Eagles' home schedule, but I don't remember that.
Wait, do you have pickup with the Easter holiday? Is it moved?
No, it's today.
Okay, because I know in Philly sometimes.
Look, I saw Frank's trash can out this morning when I left for work.
Well, we got a 7-minute break. Can you
I
get
don't
to
think I
Westchester
can
and
do
back
that. I
in
don't think
time?
I can do that. Chester County has not created the high speed train
but
line yet.
I have faith in you. You should try.
I'm not trying, Pat.
You know a cop or two.
Pat's thinking more nifty 50s for me.
Yep.
Is what he's thinking.
Get out, loser.
He's thinking there's an extra milkshake in it for him.
Go put your trash out.
Gosh, right in the middle of the thing, I'm going, wait a minute, I may have put it out.
Well, and this is the
I
worst
just
part.
don't remember whether I did or not.
If you didn't put it out, then it'll probably be backed up next week.
Oh, it will be backed up.
So good job.
Well, then, no, you
Why
know.
don't you just text Christina? And
I don't know if she's awake yet. She doesn't have to get up at 4.
Wake her ass up.
I should, really. I mean, I'm out here.
Be a king in his kingdom.
I'm out here earning the cheese.
My trash.
Let's be honest.
You don't want to miss my trash because there's a lot of diaper pail bags in that.
Oh, no.
And as it's heating up, that's
Coach, by the way, Coach's neighborhood,
That's not
they
good.
they woke up to diapers all over their lawns last Sunday morning.
Really?
After those terrible storms.
Yeah,
it was
terrible.
a diaper-nado.
Oh.
Poo-poo diapers all over the block.
Poo-poo
And
platter.
you know what? And
It
you
was
know,
supposed to be a pineapple party, but it turned out weird. Yeah.
and you know what Coach said? They voted in the neighborhood on their text chain of who would go to the people whose house where the dirty diapers blew, and they picked the nice old lady on the block and made her go over and do it.
That's good because who's going to argue with an old lady?
Oh, and they came over and they picked up the poopy diapers.
Yeah, that's good work by them.
By the way, doesn't anyone have a diaper genie
Yeah.
that puts all of them in one bag?
That's what we have.
Yeah, that's what everyone
What
has.
did they throw them out? Well, no, these
They
were
rip.
They rip?
Yeah, they rip.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think they're built to be tornado-proof.
Yeah, bags rip.
What do you know about a diaper genie?
I'm guessing it's not
Seriously, look
tornado-proof.
at Connor.
Plastic
He's guessing.
bag.
No, you can't sit here and look it up. We're telling you it rips. He agrees, and you're like, well, what does he know?
I know what
about
I'm
it?
saying is Connor
Apparently a
jumping
lot.
in. I have no idea.
I don't know
Connor
what
would
he
know.
does.
I think we had pretty good research right there.
On your diaper genie.
Oof, those
Oh, my
things are
God.
nasty.
Tom McCarthy of the Phillies is going to come and join us in studio.
Oh, I'm sure he's loving the
We
diaper
will have-
talk right now.
Yeah.
I think it's good.
He's like, wait, I'm
Wait a
turning
minute.
around.
Wait a minute.
Turning around to go to
Wait
Westchester
a
to
minute.
take his trash
Wait a minute.
out.
If Tom, if you could swing by, on the way, make sure my trash is out. Tom McCarthy will be here. The stuff that McCarthy and Kruk talk about. Come on.
Yeah.
You think diaper talk's going to cause Tom to do a U-turn and do that? We'll have Jimmy Lynam join us. Larry Bowa will be with us today.
Awesome.
The Lynams, we got D and Jimmy.
Nice.
Coming and joining us. It'll be a busy Friday. We thank everybody in studio. It is great. We got our live studio audience here with us. John Kincade Show. Thanks for being with us, everybody, here in studio here on 97.5 The Fanatic. I can tell you, Landis.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
All right, it's a Friday morning. We got a live audience here. It's a good Friday morning. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, and I'm having a vanilla milkshake for breakfast.
That's not bad.
You may not
have a worse one.
You may not be saying that sitting next to me in the press box later.
I'm not
today.
sitting next to you in the press box.
Oh, that's where Egan is.
You may have to run.
I noticed him missing. The milkshakes are here now.
Well,
It all adds
exactly.
up.
Egan's going to wander in now and be like, "Oh, that was a quick break." I don't know. It was like
As he's got
Here he
milkshake
is.
all over his
He's
face.
got milkshake. Pat's like a little kid. Look at him.
He's so
Look at
happy.
this. Pat's like the kid who went to the Easter egg hunt and actually got something. So he's all set. Our friends from Nifty 50s are here, which is great. We also have the folks from Stretch Zone are here.
Yeah, I got to hit that up.
And Rodney is going out for the first stretch. And there are 2 tables set up.
Isn't he running the broadcast?
All you here, seriously.
Not anymore.
Beasley best, Connor. There are 2 tables set up. All you have to do is sign a waiver. So for any of our live audience here, go sign a waiver and go get your stretch. Connor, Austin will stretch you.
Who's more trustworthy?
Austin stretches me every single week. He's freaking awesome. And he is available right now. If you wanted to go get stretched, because I would love a live report of how you feel.
Okay.
Because Connor says he walks around sometimes like a sore old man after a grueling weekend of taking walks in softball.
That's
okay. I'll pop
So why
out
don't you go? Why don't you go now? It's a good time for you to go now because we'll have guests later and everything. He's going to go back and see Austin. If you haven't gone to Stretch Zone yet, 10 area locations. You get a free stretch when you mention my name. All you got to do is mention my name, get a free stretch. Free 30-minute stretch, and it will absolutely change your life. Pat, I imagine you're as flexible as like Gumby. That you would be flexible.
Not at all.
Really?
No.
You don't stretch
If it's a
before
board.
you don't stretch before skating?
Lions don't stretch before they go after gazelles. So until I turn on the Animal Planet and I see a lion start, doing one of these, and stretching the hamstrings, I'm not stretching. No.
So you're not feeling any of
Get
that.
out there and just start skating. But
Jamie,
sketching
Isn't
up
that Deshaun Jackson said that, right? Cheetahs don't stretch.
Yeah, they don't. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a fact.
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
I didn't
don't.
realize that.
Mhm.
Is Jamie, are you a stretcher at all?
I like it, yeah.
See, no,
but I don't
but I
do
mean,
it.
you do not do it.
No, one year for a New Year's resolution, I did the stretch before bed every night routine, and I think I made it like 3 weeks.
I've seen you stretch before starting a round of golf a little bit.
Yeah, but it does feel good.
Bob tries to do the stretching around
Yeah.
routine.
Yes, I got something up with my shoulder, so I'm going to ask him to work the right shoulder a little bit.
How about this? Austin is so good back there that the first time he stretched me, he's stretching out and then he gets down and they're stretching out your legs, they're pulling out, and he says, "So when did you break your ankle?" I said, "How can you tell I broke my ankle?" And he goes, "It didn't fuse properly. I can feel it."
Huh.
He knew, mainly because of the poor health care that Tom and Betty subjected me to. The old walk it off method.
Yeah.
I
still luckily have never broken a bone that's not a finger.
How many times you broken a finger? Lacrosse and stuff like that, right?
A ton in
Do you
basketball.
have weird Baldinger fingers?
No.
Oh, but they look good.
No, pretty
You have
good.
piano. Wait a minute. Look at Jamie's hands.
That'd be a
For our
hand.
live audience, say you could be a hand model.
Oh, thanks.
You got like piano
No, my
player
nails.
hands.
My nails are too. I still bite my
Jacked
nails.
up?
Yeah, a little bit.
And he peels tangerines.
Yeah.
He
The OCD.
You like devein them, right?
Yeah. You ever get that tangerine vein in your molars? It's awful.
Yeah.
Why
Dude,
do that? when
I'm
you
with
can
you.
just rip them out?
I'm on your side.
Yeah. Thanks,
nobody's
I'm a brother in arms here.
Nobody's judging you
Right?
about that.
Feels very judgy.
Feels weird, but it's that's you. The 76ers appear to be on a collision course with the Brooklyn Nets. As long as they roll over and die on Sunday at Brooklyn, they'll face the Nets. Sixers must.
I think they're already rolling over and dying.
Well,
I think it
last
started
night.
last night.
Yeah, but last night they were trying.
Well, Doc said after the game he just wanted some exercise for the guys. I mean, in hindsight, Miami was playing to avoid a play-in game. Sixers really had nothing on the line. In hindsight, the Heat were the lock of the year. You know what I mean? And they're a plus 9.5 point dog tonight on Bet Parks. So that tells me Embiid and Harden aren't really playing, and I don't expect them to play on Sunday.
Well, James Harden's probably already at Magic City, having wings down in
Well,
Atlanta.
those lemon pepper wings, I haven't been able to shake them ever since Lou Will broke the quarantine.
Well, I guarantee you he is.
I want to try them.
I guarantee he's
Yeah.
down there. They are a special item.
Yeah.
PJ's puts them to shame.
Yeah.
Now, the waitresses at PJ's they have a little different.
A little classier.
Little classier approach.
Yeah.
than Magic City does. But James Harden's probably already checked. You know, he probably checked into the hotel. He probably throws his bag at the curb and then just runs.
I want him at his best. And if
Right
that
to Magic
includes
City.
stripper glitter, get some stripper glitter on that man. Mm-hmm.
Well, that wasn't his best last year come postseason, right?
No, but I think when he's spending $1 million at a strip club in Houston, that's the real James.
Yeah.
So let him be James. You know.
Let him be James Harden.
Yeah, go Magic City.
All right, I want so
When you see that glitter, you know it's game time.
I want so badly for them to avoid the Miami flu. Because the Miami, first of all, I do believe the worst matchup for Doc Rivers is trying to play chess with Eric Spoelstra. I think Eric Spoelstra is as good as any of the coaches in the East.
Yeah.
Agreed.
So I'd rather see him playing with Jacques Vaughn.
Yes.
Jacques Vaughn's playing Connect Four. I mean, let's be honest. He's not out strategizing people.
I feel bad for Jacques Vaughn.
What about?
Because he was dealt Kyrie Irving and Ben Simmons on the same team.
Well, I'm not saying
that is a headache and a half.
And I'm not saying he's a dope. I'm saying, Pat, he may not have the game that he can win. You know what I mean? Like
no, and I don't think he does. Like I
don't think he does either.
I think he knows that. But man, I feel bad for anyone who's got to deal with that headache.
I mean, it's and Ben Simmons now. Now, yesterday, Dylan McKinnon says something to me, and he's like, because Brendan is putting together some video clips that run on YouTube when we're in commercial. And one of them was George Niang talking about Ben Simmons. Another one was Doc Rivers talking about load management and things like that. And Dylan says yesterday, he goes, I feel sorry now for Ben Simmons. I think we need to stop making fun of him.
No.
Does the audience in any way, if you disagree with Dylan McKinnon, can I hear a clap about making fun of Ben Simmons? Look, I'm telling you, there are people who are feeling this for him now.
For Ben Simmons?
He's turning into what people are like, almost like, stop piling on.
Dude doesn't want to
Too much. He doesn't want to work.
Although,
I don't get it. He doesn't want to work.
In fairness to him, he doesn't have to work. Like, the dude's got enough money where he doesn't have to work.
You mean he doesn't have to earn the money he's being paid?
Well, he signed a contract.
Okay, usually, well, the thing
guaranteed.
Is, okay, I sign a contract and it means go to work.
Yeah, because your contract isn't guaranteed.
And it means go to work.
But it isn't guaranteed.
Well, it is guaranteed as long as I come to work. They've come up with a thing where he doesn't have to go to work.
And
they can sue him. No, they can.
Okay, they can.
An NBA team can try to sue him and say, why are you not coming to work?
I think he'll still be all right. He's got generational wealth.
Because he's faking injury.
I got to be honest. Like, if I had his money, I don't think I'd be coming to work.
Really? You wouldn't care about winning?
I don't live to work. I work to live. Like, if I could be sleeping
but he's not working.
At 7:38 in the morning?
Yeah, but
Sleep is cool.
Yeah, but you just said work to live.
Yeah.
Or he is not working to live at all. That's the difference. He's literally stealing money. He's stealing money. He has stolen cash.
I'm not disagreeing that he earned it. He earned the contract he got, and then he stopped showing up. A lot of people do that,
which is terrible.
Yeah, he's probably taking
all the time.
I mean, there's a degree of taking advantage of your union. You know what I mean?
And I also do not believe. I do not believe people do that, though. I do not believe there are some a-holes out there who literally steal. They steal for a living. Ben Simmons is one of those people who steals for a living.
HBO password.
He pretends. I love it when I see on the news where they catch the person faking that they're disabled.
That's the problem with the NBA, though, is guys like Ben Simmons will continue to get jobs. Andrew Bynum had 2 stops after Philly. That was the most obvious, blatant, I don't want to be doing basketball anymore. He got 2 stops after Philly. So that's the NBA for you. If you have talent, you'll get a contract. Some team will give you money. And if they're stupid enough to give you money, and they're stupid enough to not sue you, because as you said, you can sue, they're not going to.
Yeah, but the guys do.
Okay.
But these other guys, they show up to work. They don't do what Ben Simmons has done.
Part of me kind of respects the attitude. Yeah, you know what? I'm just not feeling this anymore. I'm just not going to do it.
I can't believe it.
I'll dribble a basketball. Just I got my back's messed up now.
He's kind of getting embarrassed out of the league a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
I think he's being.
I don't think a little bit anymore. I think a lot of.
I think he's so shamed. I think he's so shamed. He's being embarrassed by it all.
I don't know if he loves the game enough to come back on like a veteran minimum type of deal because he's not getting any more money after this.
When he's being paid like max money, he's not happy.
Well, we always have the conversation of if you win the lottery, how long would you work? And he won the lottery, and he's deciding not to work.
No. Winning the lottery means someone gives you a pile of money today and says, then you get to make any choice you want. It's your money.
Then fine.
It's
then,
there.
Then he earned the lottery.
I don't
Because
think he earned it.
He didn't. When he signed his max contract with the Sixers, you didn't think he earned that?
No, I really
He's
didn't.
a 3-time All-Star. He was a Rookie of the Year. He was arguably the best defensive player in the league. He earned that contract.
No, what you are is he earned the value that he would be paid at. He didn't earn. You earn your contract. You still come to work to say, I've earned what I deserve to be paid money-wise, and then you come to work.
Yeah, you earned the contract you got. Your play dictated the contract you get. It's guaranteed. He's taking advantage of the union.
I can't believe you aren't
defending the
defending in
system.
any way Ben Simmons.
I'm just defending the idea of I don't know if I had
being a deadbeat.
If I had that much money, I can't sit here and be like, I'd be coming to work every day and we're gonna. I don't know. Maybe not. If I guaranteed money.
Jamie, seriously.
You can look down on me all you want, man.
I do.
You two go ahead.
I would. I think
if
this
I
is the most ridiculous
money,
thing you've ever made.
And then all of a sudden the alarm goes off, and you're like, yeah, I don't really feel like doing this. I could go play Call of Duty. Call of Duty might be more fun. Have you played Call of Duty?
I have not played Call of Duty. I've seen Call of Duty.
Personally, I don't like it because I got some 7-year-old calling me all sorts of names.
I have played Grand Theft Auto. I've played the Grand Theft Auto.
What a bad boy.
By the way,
John's not gonna last in the
I'm very
gulag.
bad at it. Yeah, I seriously, I
get worse.
I get terribly worse.
These kids are good.
I'm not saying I
Super Mario, the carts, I'm good with that.
I'm not saying I would do it. I'm just saying it's.
I can't
understandable
admire
in a
anything
way.
about the man.
It's understandable in a way why you did it.
I don't even want to call him a man because I don't think that's not how a man goes about his business.
I call him a millionaire.
I don't feel bad for him because I put my kind of not neck on the line because it's not really that important, but I vouched for the guy against, people that doubted him that ended up kind of being right. And
Dude, I died on Ben Simmons Hill 5 times.
And then, he kind of betrayed us as a fan base and turned his back on us.
Do not look up my Ben Simmons tweets.
So
are they that bad?
My pro Ben Simmons tweets.
So I'm never going to feel bad.
Yeah, but you've had some good ones too. I mean, it's
really.
takes.
No, there's no good tweets on that.
So in other words, you're going to be doing weather. You're going to be doing weather on Channel 10 today.
Probably, yeah.
Some of those.
I'll get traded.
By the way, I've gotten pictures of Connor's feet.
Oh.
Now I'm just going to tell you the coach is into something. Connor has holes in his socks.
That sounds about right.
As they are maneuvering his feet right now, he's out there getting.
Dude.
How do you put on? Okay, if you have socks,
put those on Feet Finder. Let's make some money.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Don't tell Rex Ryan.
Digi content.
Okay, Connor's feet.
Definitely a dirty hole in the sock crowd out there.
Here's the problem. Before you go,
Okay, here.
Connor
Jamie.
knows. Connor knows that he put those socks on, and he still is subjecting those poor people to
That is
stretching
holes in
them
his
out.
feet. Okay, here's
That
what
is
I want.
a scumbag. That's worse than Ben Simmons.
Pat, could you put these on Feet Finder?
I'd have to sign up for an account, which I already have. So
Why would you sign up under C. Thomas?
So I just go to my app right here.
Let's go to your app.
I mean, I do need more Feet Finder content.
Like Jamie has that puppies app.
People aren't really buying my content, so sure, why not?
Look, we're trying to get clicks on the website.
Yeah.
Would this get clicks? Or would this kind of content get clicks on our website? That then those who are in the feed. Poor Austin.
Yeah.
Is having to be subjected to that.
I mean, Connor's.
That is unbelievable.
It's bad enough he comes in with the haircut and then the socks with the holes in it, and then it's like you gotta know.
You got to know what you're putting on.
Yeah, it's a bad look for this.
I mean, you can't. Who puts who puts your socks on? If you go to put your socks on, you see that there's a hole in the sole, right?
We're losing clients. We're losing listeners.
I mean, honestly.
Yeah, but sometimes I'll forge on with a hole. I don't necessarily throw them away for one hole.
If we switch to smooth jazz, it's because of this moment.
It's because of this?
It's because Connor decided to put holes with socks.
Oh, my God.
I actively try to avoid socks altogether.
Yeah,
I know you do.
You hate
Yeah.
socks.
Yeah,
I know you do.
You had the tweet the other day of it's officially flip flop.
flip-flop.
Wait a minute.
Last night I put on the air
Wait a minute. You don't have
conditioner,
socks on?
No.
Oh, geez. Whoever's going to stretch you out's going to be knocked dead. They're going to be
I take the pumice stone to the bottom of the feet all the time.
Oh, so you do?
Yeah.
That sounds very
Gotta
fancy
take care of
boy
those,
of you. I'm
baby.
not
Yeah.
surprised by that.
No, it feels good. It makes them less hot.
So what did Nifty 50s has all the breakfast sandwiches out there.
Yeah.
Pat, you were enjoying a what milkshake?
It's Oreo. It's
Ooh.
it's delightful. I mean, it's just the simple things in life, John, that brings me joy. This is one of them.
You are not shocked that I'm having the vanilla milkshake.
Yeah, it's psycho
Pat's saying it's so on brand.
It's no bad milkshake.
That's psycho stuff. I mean, yeah, I'll eat it, but
vanilla bean.
I mean, we all know what Dahmer was ordering in Nifty 50s. He was, let me get the vanilla.
He's getting the vanilla. It's a
same category.
It's a bad thing there.
You and Ted Kaczynski.
By the way, though, the reason you want the Nets, get back to that a little bit. I keep hearing about how the Nets are playing since Mikal Bridges has been there.
Yeah, he's been playing phenomenal.
They're 10-14.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest.
I'm not worried about
Mikal
that.
Bridges has been playing great.
Yeah.
The Nets are 10-14, and in that 14 losses, they've had losing streaks of 4 games and 5 games.
Yeah, no one's scared of the Nets.
I mean, so to me, it's very, very important. So
It's
the
that team you'd have to face after them that gives me concern.
Boston concerns you more than Milwaukee?
Yeah.
Explain why.
They've just owned us for many years now, and
Now you know that's and we talked about it the other day. Boston since last 19 meetings, Sixers are 9-10.
okay.
I mean, everybody.
But they
I
have
keep,
playoff
no, but I keep hearing.
success, like-
I
But
know.
this season,
I know.
though, this season.
I got you. This season it has.
Oh, yeah. You can just look at this season. It's just this season.
I mean, Al Horford
Hasn't
and Grant Williams kind of stretch and beat out. The Sixers struggle with perimeter defense, and Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum are really good perimeter players. Jaylen Brown always seems to have like a career game versus the Sixers.
Why is that, by the way?
Probably because he probably picks on whoever defensive liability is on him. You know, whether it be Tyrese. Tyrese has gotten a little better. He's a willing defender, but he's not great by any means.
He has certainly gotten better in the second half of the year.
And then whoever Harden's on, I'm sure they're going to attack. So, you know, they just do a really good job exploiting the Sixers' weaknesses.
Can you use Niang? Can you use Niang for meaningful minutes during the postseason? If you're playing Boston. Isn't Boston going to go right at him anytime he's on the court?
Probably.
Too?
Most good teams will. But you're probably going to need his 3-point shooting for 8 to 10 minutes here and there.
Boston is just such a bunch of guys who I just don't like their face.
Marcus Smart, really just there's something about his face.
It's so you're talking about
I
faces
wanna-
now.
Yeah.
It's not their talent. It's not their work ethic. It's
Grant Williams.
Yeah.
Hate the face.
Yeah.
There's another guy on the team that I can't. I'm like drawing a blank.
Malcolm Brogdon?
No.
I hate the Celtics as much as I hate the Cowboys.
It'd be great to beat them, though, and they're going to have to if they want to get out of the second round.
It's like they're the boogeyman.
Okay,
Yeah,
could the
they're
Heat?
The fact that they were able to beat them before the playoffs, I think, is going to do a lot for their mental.
Yeah, Devon was saying that
fortitude,
they
whatever you
just
wanna
have
call
to
it.
see the Celtics walking off the court losers.
Yeah.
Could the Heat
Even though they tried to give that game away.
cause problems for the Celtics? Because remember, if the Heat wins that 7-8 game,
I think the Heat will give problems to anybody, but I just don't think they're deep enough. But
I'm just wondering if they can push. Can they push them enough?
I don't know.
I've got the equation again, and I talked about it before. NBA champions, they get out of consistently over the last 2 decades. It averages out that they don't play more than 11 games the first 2 rounds. So that means you have to have a 4 and a 7, a 5 and a 6.
Yeah.
11's the number. You can't get pushed to 7 in the first round and then expect that, I'm going to sweep the second round series. It's the formula, and it's one of the most consistent things about NBA champions. They don't get pushed. By the way, the only team that get pushed in like the last 20 years that won it, Doc Rivers had a team that went 7-7-7-6.
Yeah.
In the playoffs in 2008.
Yeah, the problem with Boston
Celtics.
is they're the only team in the NBA that's top 5 in both offensive and defensive rating. Like, they're just well-rounded. They have a bench unit that's much deeper than the
well-built.
Sixers. Yeah, they're just a pain in the ass, to be honest.
Even the other night, like the announcer said that game was over like 3 times, and then Boston would hit a 3. And then Boston would.
Well, the
rebound
Sixers did some stupid stuff.
Yeah, I know they did, but it goes back to the point of like
it took Joel
good
Embiid to put
basketball
the team
team
on
yeah.
his back, and
He had to carry them.
Tyrese Maxey has his worst games in the league versus the Celtics. They're a tough opponent.
All right, now Pat already drew. Now, Pat, did you decide that you were more of an offensive guy yesterday?
Yeah.
Because tomorrow afternoon is the Temple football cherry and the white game, the spring game.
Oh, this is cool.
3 o'clock at the Temple Football Complex, 10th and Diamond on the Temple campus. Admission free, street fair outside the complex from 1 to 4 with food, music, a kids zone, and much, much more. And the guest coach for each of the teams.
Yeah.
I will be with Team Cherry, the offense, and Chunas will be, as a proud Temple grad, he will be the guest coach for the team White defense.
EJ Warner has entered the portal.
I think that's what Pat says. EJ Warner may decide to go the transfer portal.
One John Kincade pump-up speech, and EJ's like, where else can I go?
Yeah.
I've already got some spreadsheets for him and things that he can go over.
Oh boy!
So just some ideas.
North Texas is looking great.
This is I'm picturing tomorrow being like George Costanza with Derek Jeter in the batter's box, telling him like just working on a few things.
We
with
won
him
the World Series in 6 games.
with the word things.
Don't change their uniforms to all cotton.
I'm not going to do that,
All right.
but I'm just saying it's tomorrow. So are you?
John shows up with stat. Okay.
EJ.
60% of the time when you run the ball,
How about
that's
this?
what you need to do.
How about this? I know when EJ Warner throws the ball on first down, I know is effective as compared to when they run the ball on first down. So that will come into my play calling tomorrow.
So just throw it on every first down.
No. I've got some things. You're saying I'm going to screw them up. Pat, come on. How can I mess them up in one day?
Just don't be you.
I can't mess them up in one day.
Just don't be you.
I can't do this.
Be somebody else.
Jamie, what's Chunas going to be like as a coach?
I think he's just going to try and bro out with him.
Yeah,
you guys go
absolutely.
out.
He's going to be like, hey, guys, what do you guys want to do?
Yeah, you guys call
want
Who wants to call the plays?
You know what?
Let's just
Hey, you guys
fun.
run. You guys cover. Do whatever. All right, go Temple.
That should be pretty fun, though.
Is Pub Web open right now?
So I think we can. It'll be Richie's. We'll hit Richie's pregame. And
no. Chunas and the defense will be hitting up Pub Web.
They can't do.
Yeah,
it won't be open by that hour.
They'll open for.
They'll open early for that one.
Chunas has his number retired.
So we'll be all ready to go tomorrow for that. So if you're out for that one, we look forward to seeing you. The defense for the offense.
I'm going offense.
Got a plan.
I'd rather have the offense.
You'd rather have the offense. I got a plan.
He's been watching Miracle.
I have a feeling the coach is not going to be open to all of my ideas.
Yeah, I got.
But I'm ready for that.
I got a feeling he's going to be like, "Geez, we couldn't get anyone."
I'm ready for that.
Anyone else in here? Who's the kid who pretends he went to Temple?
What is that?
Station
Yes, that Egan.
Where's he at?
Well, I mean, I could have brought you on as the de facto offensive coordinator.
No,
but I don't think you would have followed directions.
I would not have.
See, you wouldn't have followed directions.
I would have been like
like here.
I would have been like Kevin Gilbride.
It would have been terrible.
Doing my own thing.
Jimmy and D Lynham join us at the bottom of the next hour here. So the Lynhams will be here. Donnell Rawlings is coming in. Did you know that, Jamie?
I did, yeah.
Ashley Larry's going to be in the house.
One of my all-time favorite TV shows.
Oh, my gosh.
Chappelle's Show was much-watched TV when it came out.
He'll be at the Helium Comedy Club Friday and Saturday. Last night when I went to bed, 10 o'clock shows were the only ones that had tickets.
Nice.
So great selling out, so go for that. And I did not know, and last night Christine and I listened to 40 minutes of Donnell Rawlings' podcast.
Oh, yeah? Nice.
It was funny.
Yeah, he's
and
it
was some funny stuff. So we'll have a good time with him. Coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, John Brazier may be here with some gifts.
Oh.
For some Phillies fans.
Ooh.
So I'm going to tell you. And I've got some gifts for some Phillies fans that are in the building, which is going to be great. We'll be all over it. John Kincade Show. Live studio audience here with us on a Fanatic First Friday. Go get stretched. Go get some nifty 50s here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Make sure you click the subscribe button. Really appreciate it. Then we went, hopped in, watched the show. A lot of heavy baseball, heavy Sixers.
And I heard we're going to try to get him to play 1v1 against Pat Egan, so it might be fun. Stay tuned for that. Let's go check out the food.
Shout out Spread Bagelery, hooking up the food. The spread was absolutely amazing. All the different styles of bagels, different kind of breakfast sandwiches. They were even approved by Connor Thomas. Before we hopped into the show, we had to go check out the guy that's behind it all on the YouTube page, Heavy Chevy. Make sure you click the subscribe button. Really appreciate it. Then we went, hopped in, watched the show. A lot of heavy baseball, heavy Sixers, because we're all just trying to get over the Eagles right now. The crowd was awesome today. It was a packed house. We had our first special guest hop in, Ricky Pitalico. A lot of fans in the crowd got to ask him some awesome questions, talk some spring training, get the baseball vibes going. And for our awesome listeners today, we had some really cool prizes and gifts We had some Eagles lava lamps and some amazing Steven Singer jewelry. Get the Sixers coverage started underway. We had the voice of the 76ers radio, Tom McGinnis in studio, hanging out before the newest addition to the Philadelphia 76ers came in. Jalen was a super cool dude, just hanging out, answering questions, just like he's just hanging with the boys, honestly.
Of course, I was sad. I didn't know what was going on, but I had to look at the bigger picture. I'm on a great team, and we got stuff to do. So, I'm glad to be a part of it.
A bit about transition coming from Charlotte to Philadelphia, what it's like playing with James Harden and Joel Embiid, and what he's looking forward to with the season. He even hung out, took some pictures with everybody, and we wrapped it up.
Hey, Jalen McDaniels, a 76er on our show today. And guess what? We got more coming for you tomorrow. Live audience. We got Steve Coates coming in, but it's going to be fun.
I'm hooked.
And what?
I've just got any of these live shows.
I had to be his breakfast Sherpa over there. He went for the sandwich, and I said, I took you for a waffle, man. He said, these are cheese and waffles, because it said CH. It was chicken and waffles.
Oh, they're the chicken and waffles.
Yeah. So as you can see, Pat's mouth is full of chicken and waffles right
Pat, how is the chicken and waffle? Pat always creates discussion points even when he's not here. By the way, the 8 o'clock hour of the John Kincade Show is getting started here. Tom McCarthy will join us coming up when he gets here, if he hasn't been turned off by the feet talk of Connor's bad socks.
Yeah, I heard there was sock talk while I was out there.
Yeah, we have pictures of that are going on social media of your socks.
Dude, I sell those. You are killing my business.
Guess what? They have literally, I see the bottoms of your feet.
Yeah, and that's
looks
not
wretched.
free, Johnny.
It looks wretched.
That's premium content.
Yes, well, but Pat creates content even when he's not here. Everybody took notice of Pat's wallet sitting up here on the table.
It's ridiculous.
We stacked 2 wallets, my wallet, another one of our listeners' wallets, and it was around 60% of Pat's one wallet, the Costanza wallet.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Pat, you are very judgmental of others when it comes to things that they do that look a little weird and everything. Tell us about, again, can you pull a couple random things out of that wallet that so or necessity have to be there for us? This is good. So if you're in the audience here, what is there? Is there a Atomic Subs card like Elaine Bennis in there? What are some of the things you've got in there?
We have a Wendy's gift card. I don't know if there's anything on it.
So how do you know? Do you pull up and just hand it to them?
It's it's just Wendy's roulette.
Okay.
Show up and say, all right, let's.
What else you
roll
got
the
there?
dice.
What else you got there?
An AMC gift card.
Okay,
All
That
right.
makes sense for you.
that's good for you. What else?
An Xfinity Live gift card.
It's a gift card to Xfinity Live.
Yeah, I got gifted that. So when we were doing pregame shows,
You got gifted.
you losers are paying for food, and I was not.
All right, there you go.
My Caesars Rewards card.
Oh, yeah, well, you like your Caesars Rewards card.
My MGM card.
Okay, you got your MGM card.
Okay, we got our Chick-fil-A Be Our Guest. This gets me my choice, actually. It's nuggets or a sandwich.
Okay,
for
I'm
free.
saying that it's expired.
And then
I'm calling that card's expired.
And then my car key.
Check the Chick-fil-A.
I can't read.
I think it's expired. Jamie, can you
So
read
I
it there?
have to.
I say that card's expired and it's in his wallet.
That's just a few of the items.
Jamie's
3/31/23.
You're done.
Yep. It was
It's already expired. So now we've just taken
Just
it
a
off
week
there.
ago.
That's debatable, though, right? Like,
What do you think they're not going to call you on it?
That's a suggestion.
Suggestion
No,
time?
I mean 3:31. I think that was a Sunday anyway. It doesn't even count.
I think
it's a
they're
loophole.
calling. Yeah, do you get it if 3:31's
well, there
a
you
Sunday?
go.
Do you get to use it on April Fool's Day?
There you go. We're downsizing.
There you go.
already.
Downsizing it already.
There's a
So
lot of
Pat's
good stuff
wallet,
in here.
you're
A lot of
creating.
good stuff.
It's psycho stuff, is it not?
No, I got an ice cream place gift card.
Ice cream place gift card?
Yeah, honestly, a lot of it.
Are you just paid in gift cards?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Is that really
a lot of? I mean, I'd say 80% of my wallet.
Pat works for trade? Is that it?
Yeah, it's gift cards. I mean, there's no cash. There's
is
no
awesome.
cash in it at all.
There's no cash in your entire
but
wallet.
this is a grown ass man wallet. This is a big boy wallet.
No, it's not.
No, it is.
Okay, wait.
This thing will take an eye out.
All right, now Jamie and I may like making fun of you, and Connor always, will try to. Tom McCarthy, the voice of the Philadelphia Phillies on television.
Guys, that is a big wallet, by the way.
Tom, seriously.
Like, what is in it? What's in it?
Well, thanks for asking. How long do you have?
I mean, seriously.
We have
you
got
just
gift
go through
cards.
Gift cards?
I got my high school ID.
No,
This
you
is
don't.
high school ID from
I
Docker.
do. Yeah, I do.
How much money's in there? Over
Why
under
not?
$20.
$0.
Why do you need your high school ID?
You never know. When
Look
I go
at
to the
this.
movies, they have the high school discount. Boom, there you go.
He's got to stand on every ride at Six Flags, on that little sign.
Yeah, I can pass for
So
it.
now he can stand on the wallet.
You
That's what he
guys
does.
laugh, but when I roll up to a Regal with my Crown card, I'm
will
laughing
tell you,
now.
I will tell you, they've got these things called briefcases that you can put on.
Do you imagine me walking into like a Regal with a briefcase?
Yeah, just put it like a sash, like Kramer would wear.
Satchel?
I so appreciate you manipulating your schedule to be here, Tom.
No problem.
It's an honor for
No problem.
Yeah, you got the game canceled for us. Thanks, man.
Well, I don't know anybody.
Just
I
to
don't know
be
if anybody
here,
else to thank.
just to be here, you had the game canceled.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't believe people are being so upset about the game being moved. There was a day where you have a chance where it could have been severe weather, and you have a day where there wasn't. And to me, you call off the game and you move it to the day where there's no risk.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, listen, it's. Well, I used to be a general manager or assistant general manager in minor league baseball for like 7 years, and the thing that I hated more than anything else was weather. I mean, I absolutely hated weather, like making that call. Because it's the hardest call to make because you're basically projecting and you're relying on whether it be radar or somebody else to tell you, hey, listen, it's going to be really bad. But, the Orioles canceled, the Mets canceled before the Phillies did.
And we're in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't surprised. I thought that they would do it a little earlier. Obviously, as it turned out, the weather was fine yesterday.
With my predictions on the radio over the years, I am not going to throw rocks.
Yeah,
I've been
it's
wrong.
hard, man.
I've been wrong on
It's
quite
hard.
a bit.
It's hard. The whole weather thing it really is. It's hard. I wasn't surprised that they canceled it because everything I saw was that it was going to be really bad. The starting at 3:00, it was going to be between 4 and 5. It was going to be bad. So yeah, it's going to be fine today.
If I take you back a couple weeks, Reese Hoskins isn't injured. Marsh and Hall aren't injured. I mean, this is adversity right off the bat for a team that's coming off something so close to a championship. Is there such a thing as a hangover in all the years you've done baseball? Do you believe that? Do you hear that from other teams and other broadcasters? Because I know you have good relationships all over baseball.
I saw it in 2009. I don't know if you guys remember. I mean, Cole Hamels wasn't the same pitcher in 2009 that he was in 2008, and was really because of the amount of innings that he threw. The injury part of it, I think it's unlucky. I mean, it did start in spring training with Reese, but it also started prior to that with Ranger Suarez. I think that is a huge loss right now, not getting him back until the middle of May. I mean, I think that's going to be difficult to navigate, to not have a fourth or fifth starter of his abilities until the middle of May, and that's what it's looking like. It's middle of May.
Yeah, Tom, I think we're all realizing maybe we undervalued Reese Hoskins a little bit, not only in general, but in particular to the heart of this order.
Yeah.
This is a really tough time for Rob Thompson to navigate the lineup, especially with Hall going down and Marsh going down. What do they do? Is there anybody they call up?
Cody Clemens will be here today, but he's still not the same. He's not the same OPS that Derek Hall was. Now, believe me, his OPS last year was 805 in a very small capsule, but he still did the job, when he was filling in as the DH and also at first base. I've always felt that way about Reese. I mean, not because I personally am close with him and his wife, Jamie. I just think that it's hard to replace 30 home runs. It doesn't matter what he does defensively. It's really hard to replace that. And I think we're sensing that now, despite the fact it's only the first week of the season. I mean, hopefully Derek's injury isn't as bad as, what thumb injuries on slides generally are. I mean, we remember Chase Utley when he slid into second base. I mean, that tendon is really delicate. And that's a big man.
Yeah.
Going down into the slide. So hopefully that's not as bad. But, I don't know what they do at first base. I do think they'll do a mixture of Alec Boehm and Sosa over third, which I don't think will be bad, but I don't know how that's going to be for the long term.
Looking at the pitching rotation, and mainly Aaron Nola, I know everyone says, oh, yeah, we're used to the pitch clock, but what kind of Nola do you think we'll get with this pitch clock change?
Well, I think it's going to get better. I thought he was really good the other day.
He was really good
Yankees.
yesterday.
I just thought Garrett Cole was really good too, and the Phillies just didn't hit him. I thought the umpire. I hate to lean on the umpire, but that first inning, the umpire cost him a run. There's no doubt in my mind the umpire was erratic in the lower part of the zone. He was hitting the lower part of the zone. I think he'll be fine. I mean, the thing about Aaron is that, first of all, he doesn't complain about anything. So he won't complain about the pitch clock. He'll just, try to fix it. So they're going to adjust to it in the bullpen. They're going to try to get him to understand the pace of the game a little bit more. They're going to utilize their mound visits a little bit more because you get 5, as we found out the other day. John now knows where the mound visit number is, although we talk about it all the time.
He's getting there.
He's getting there. It's
literally, we talk about it all the time.
Like, John,
what's MVR?
I did this in meetings, John.
I appreciated that. I had no idea what MVR was.
All right,
you guys broke it down, so I appreciate
but
it.
it's funny. We had a segment about it last year.
Yes.
last year. Anyway, but I think he'll be fine. I just think I didn't think he was sharp that first game in Texas. I know he went 1, 2, 3 in the second and third inning, but I didn't think his stuff was really that good in the second or third inning. But I think he'll be fine. I mean, I know I can sit here and say, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. But I really do think he'll be fine. I think he has to be in order for the team to have success.
If one hit doesn't go through, if you're talking Gene Segura, 9th inning, game 1 at St. Louis, that game goes down to loss. Do you think that Phillies team goes on that run? You think they come back and win game 2 and game 3?
Boy, that's a good question.
Because I think one hit changed the entire trajectory of that season.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't know. I will tell you, this is a funny story. So we were 22 and 29 last year, and everybody knows I do football also and basketball. So that weekend,
and he's not paid in gift cards, Pat. unlike you.
I have been paid in gift cards in certain things over the years. I have been paid in gift cards. I have.
There we go.
So, but we're 22 and 29, and I'm thinking, oh, man, I got to do this SEC package for CBS. Should I take it or not? I was talking to my boss about it. He said, yeah, you might as well say you can do it, and we'll roll from there. So I'm in Athens, Georgia, when we're playing the Cardinals. I'm not even there. So we win game 1, and game 2, I'm supposed to fly from Atlanta to St. Louis to do game 3. So it's an 11 o'clock flight, and Nola's pitching, and we're up, I think it was 2-0, and we're in the 7th inning. And my flight is like boarding to go to St. Louis. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going. So I literally exited Atlanta Airport. And, John, you know how
I
hard
know that well. That's
airport
not
is
easy.
horrendous to get in and out of.
So you were going to gamble that maybe you'd have to get it the next morning?
I did. I would have gotten up the next morning, but I knew I wasn't. And at that point, I had a few cocktails too. So I mean, that was probably moving me to that decision. But I didn't get on the. I was so convinced that after winning game 1, there was no shot we're going to lose.
Wasn't there something else too with somebody had a wedding booked?
Well, that did happen with me too. Yeah, so
that happened with you also.
Oh yeah, my oldest guy who's now doing the Mets games. Yes. So about 3 years ago, he and his now wife come to me and my wife and say, hey, listen, this is the date we want to have the wedding. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, okay, you do know there's a chance that we're in the World Series that day. And this is all before the lockout. And it was going to be a crapshoot that there was a game that day. And I could see it in his face that because he knows, I mean, I've been in professional baseball since I was 25. I'm 54 now. You do not book a family, any kind of family event between March 1st and
November 1st.
Well, now November 1st.
Yeah, now November 10th, right?
Yeah, so I had to so I did the rehearsal dinner. It was in Newtown at a pub, which it was a great place. I don't remember the name of it. It was a great place. The Vault, I think. Applebee's would have been great.
He has a gift card if you need.
I actually do have a gift card.
And I did the toast at the rehearsal dinner, and I got to the ballpark 15 minutes before the game, did the game. Wow. The next day, though, I had to miss the game because of the wedding.
I guess that's a big one.
Yeah.
Tom, now, I think this is a compliment. It doesn't sound any different to me listening to you and John in the booth this year, but does it feel different for you?
Oh, yeah.
And
fast.
What's the biggest change in terms of, I guess not being able to expound as much?
You guys know, I mean, we have a lot of drop-ins and a lot of replays and stuff like that. You got to get them in faster.
Yeah.
Like you really do. We've gotten to the split screen now, which I think is good every once in a while when stuff's going on because everything happens fast. It's slowed down a little bit though. First day of spring trading, we're trying to run highlights or run replays and we couldn't get it in because the next pitch was happening.
Yeah.
Now it's getting a little easier. The story part of it, on TV, it's a little easier than radio. I mean, obviously, we can miss a few pitches because, John's pontificating about something. So it's fine. But you do have
that different.
He was telling a story the other day. We were through an at-bat and a half by the time the story was over.
Well, very much like Pat's uncoachability is sort of charming. John's uncoachability is sort of part of his charm.
Well, it's
and part of his thing, and now he's got to adjust to a whole new clock.
Yeah, I think the clock has to adjust to him, honestly. I will say that, Kyle Schwarber stopped me the other day and said he must have heard something. He made a Snoop Dogg comment about being high, and it was out of nowhere, and I lost it. I absolutely lost it. I don't know where it comes from. I really don't. I don't know where it comes from. Now, you got to realize, I covered that 93 team as a writer, as a sports writer for the Trenton Times. And it was the worst clubhouse for a 20. How old was I?
He's been saying that.
I've said this as
my goodness,
working part time at IP. I said it was the worst collection of individuals I've ever encountered.
There was a corner that you just didn't go to.
Macho Row.
Yeah, and it was Kruk. It was Dykstra.
They were terrible.
Thank goodness for Larry Anderson, Wes Chamberlain,
Dave
Well, Dave was hit or miss.
He was on the fringe, though.
I will say that every time he sees me, he hugs me now and apologizes. And Dutch was that way, too. Dutch was always good. But, thank goodness for Larry Anderson, Wes Chamberlain, Jeff Manto.
Pete Incaviglia.
Pete Incaviglia was good.
He was on the edge of that neighborhood, though.
He was on
the
edge,
clubhouse.
Yeah.
He was on the edge of the clubhouse.
He was in the cul-de-sac is what he was. That's where he was. But, man, I say that to John all the time. I'm like, that was a really hard clubhouse.
When I was doing ESPN radio, they were like, "Do you want to have John Kruk in?" as a guest, and I'm up there in Bristol, and I'm like, I didn't really enjoy my interactions. He's such a charming guy now.
It's funny. It is funny. I mean, again, if you see Dave Hollins now, Dave Hollins will hug you, and he's an enormous individual.
You mentioned Kyle Schwarber, and we hear so much about his impact in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
But you've been through the bad teams, the good teams. I mean, comparing him to some of the other quote unquote leaders of the 08 to 2011 team, where does he stack up?
He's right up there. The biggest thing about Kyle Schwarber is that he could sit here, and despite the fact that you know who he is, he would blend in with anybody. You know what I mean? He's just I know you hear this from time to time. There's a lot of normalcy in that clubhouse right now, and even with Reese going down, because Reese is a really normal kid. There's a lot of normalcy, and I put Kyle right up there with the guys that allow. Here's the biggest thing. The clubhouse allows everybody to have their own personality. So there's some clubhouses where rookies like Nick Maton or Matt Vierling or Alec Boehm, the young players, they're not allowed to evolve in their personalities. This one lets whoever be whatever they want to be.
Was that the same under Girardi, or is that changed?
No, it's with Rob's allowed that, I think, more. I really do. And I love Joe. Joe is a great guy. I still text with him all the time. But I think Rob allows the young players to be young players. They can be goofy. They can make mistakes. They can say things, and you're like, well, that's really weird. I mean, you could have Nick Maton howling at the moon. He just howls he used to howl all the time. Just let them be whoever they want.
Garrett Stubbs' new celebration.
Garrett Stubbs. I mean, Garrett Stubbs just go be a DJ. I mean, I don't know.
You do NFL, you do college football, you do college basketball, you do. I mean, I'm always texting Tom, and he'll be doing an event, and I stupidly text him. I'm like, "Hey, I just stumbled on you. You doing an NFL game?
Phenomenal at the NFL.
He's ubiquitous.
Thank you.
What response would lose my number?
How do you? I keep finding them.
I have 4 kids, so anybody texts me. My wife says I always tell them not to text you during the game. I said, "Hun, we have 4 grown kids at this point. Nothing. I can get a text message at any time, and it doesn't really."
The other day,
faze
I'm
me.
saying Pot Che.
Yeah,
Pot.
That was good.
Che is how you say the name.
Well, then John said it wrong, and
then he
threw me
said it
off,
wrong, and I'm like, and then it gets in your head. But I give him the text.
I have no
and I say,
shot.
it's Pot Che.
Well, I have it on my phone. I have it. So every time I have a trouble with a name, I use it as my ringtone. So I did a Patriots game a few years ago, and they have this tight end. I don't know if you guys ever picked him up for fantasy because he was scoring a lot of touchdowns. Ho-O Manawanui.
Oh, wow.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Well, I have him. I had him. I knew I had a game on Westwood 1. TV, you could kind of roll it a little bit, but on radio, you really got to hit it. So I had a Westwood game coming up, and I knew I got to get this name right. So it was my ringtone. It was him going, "All right, Tom, here we go. It's Ho-O Manawanui." So every time somebody called me, that would be my ringtone.
Now, when you doing NFL, you get to meet with the coaches and stuff like that as you're preparing for the broadcast for TV. You get to work with our buddy Jay Feely.
Yep.
Saw Jay at the Super Bowl, longtime friend. So who are the best? Can you say the best coaches, the best athletes, as far as sharing? Not the best people, but the ones that will share with you the most.
Offensive linemen will share everything. I'm telling you. I always ask for an offensive lineman. Like if I did a Titans game, I always asked for Taylor Lewan because he said he would say anything at any time and it would be funny. Kelsey's that way. They'll give you some good. I think offensive linemen give you the best stuff. They really do. So I always ask for an offensive lineman when I'm doing a TV game because I always want to get some cool stories. The quarterbacks are always good because they're used to it. They're there every single week. And the best ones that I've dealt with over the years, Josh Allen is off the charts as far as those meetings go, like off the charts. Andrew Luck used to be that way. I did a lot of Colts games because I'm on the 7th crew, and the way they have the 7th, the crews is.
So you're very comfortable with us.
So the 7th crew is like, I get the AFC South a lot.
Yeah, you did. A lot of Jacksonville.
Yes, a lot of Jacksonville. A lot of Jacksonville.
Yeah, but you won't this year. Their odds are they're a half game in Vegas.
No, I probably won't
on the over under.
I'll be in Indianapolis probably.
You'll be in Indianapolis a lot.
Tom, Nick Castellanos, I know it's only 6 games, but 48% strikeout rate right now. Kevin Long in the clubhouse, are they feeling good about where he's headed? Is he working on something that we can kind of see some light at the end of the tunnel here?
I think it's a constant fix from last year. So they think that they felt that in spring training, and I thought he had a decent spring despite the numbers because he walked more. So I think they felt like they were getting him to not jump, I guess is for the technical term of what he was doing. So, I still think he's going to be fine, but I do think that it is concerning that he's striking out as much as he's striking out. I will say this about him: he wasn't supposed to play every day in the outfield, and he's an okay outfielder, but he posts every day. Like there's never a question about whether he's going to play or not, and I think that's a good thing. Now he has to perform. I mean, obviously, he hasn't lived up to the contract, and he knows that too.
Back to the change in the pitch clock for you guys. So the other night you were telling a story about Ed Delahanty dying, falling off a train in Niagara Falls. Poor Ed, R.I.P. to the great one.
Yes. Big Ed. It's Big Ed Delahanty.
Big Ed. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, falling. I knew who hasn't had somebody fall off a train over Niagara Falls. Do you have these evergreen stories you kind of just go to, or does that one come?
They're on his
naturally.
Phone. Yeah. Some of them are on my phone. Yeah, that one, I knew that DJ LeMahieu had won a batting title in the American League and National League. So I said, all right, let's see who's won a batting title in both leagues. And I was shocked to see that he and Ed and Big Ed were the only ones. So I knew he played for the Phillies. I knew the train story, and I knew it would get a chuckle out of John because I know
nothing like death on a train.
Well, I know that he's been in positions like a lot of us have been over the years where you're like, gosh, I'm glad I survived that one. But yeah, I had that one just I had it for all 3 games, but the pitch clock was so quick that I didn't get to it until the last day of the series.
Tom, we so appreciate you being here today.
Yeah, no problem.
And we're looking forward to a big season. And everyone, thank Tom McCarthy for making time for us
guys.
this morning. See you at the ballpark later.
You got it, buddy.
There you go. Tom McCarthy will join us. We love hearing from Tom, and it was great to have him here today. There's nifty 50s for breakfast, by the way. Out back.
Why wouldn't you have a chocolate shake for breakfast?
Mine was vanilla.
This body.
Cookie. No, but there's breakfast sandwiches, too.
This body will accept anything like that.
And you can go get stretched by Stretch Zone and everything. I mean, you aren't getting this in other places. So, hey, more than 100,000 people need a life.
We're back at it again here, last day of the open house for the John Kincade Show, the longest running morning sports talk show in Philadelphia. We're here. The 10 already blew away on us. We're looking to have some fun today, though. Hopefully that's not a bad sign. Sixers coming off a big win. We got some big names coming in. We got Kate Scott. We got our boy George Niang and the head coach, Doc Rivers. No fire Doc chance today. Big win last night. Let's have some fun with it.
With the stacked lineup we had today, our amazing listeners all piled in, and it was an absolutely packed house for the last live show of the week. For the amazing Sixers coverage, we had to get Jamie Lynch in and have the listeners ask a bunch of questions to the show before we had the great Mickey Morandini in live to talk some Phillies baseball. Of course, to start it off, we had to have the head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers in, Doc Rivers. He was actually such a cool dude to joke around and hang out.
Doc Rivers is in the house.
Doc got a great ovation because it was a victory Friday, so Pat had to show him his dance moves.
Doc Rivers is saying, what the hell did I come to? Here you go.
Doc was actually very open and honest about what he's seen from the Sixers team up until the All-Star break and gives a little bit of an insight of what we are going to see throughout the end of the season.
My 2 years in the playoffs, Joel has not been healthy. We need a healthy Joel. We need a healthy James. We need a healthy team to win. And so we're going to do whatever we can during this stretch. You know, I'm not going to use the word load management. Please don't, because I hate it. I hate the word. I had a load management meeting 2 days ago, and I was sitting there like, you gotta be freaking kidding me.
Okay, I said I can't come. I need load.
Big applause for Doc as we hope that they can continue this strong, successful season.
Man, how cool is Doc Rivers, right? He's saying this is the best team we've had here. He's saying Joel Embiid's the best talent that he's ever coached. It's unbelievable what he has to say about the squad. It was so fun to have him in. The people loved him. It's going to be a fun finish to the season for the Sixers.
Next up, we had the newest voice of the 76ers.
She is Miss Kate Scott.
What's a better way to get the crowd going than to bring a bunch of free swag to throw out? It's always tough to follow a legend in Mark Zumoff, but I think Kate's been doing an absolutely great job. And of course, she had to tee up her
When you're on a
man.
game and something happens, say somebody hits a three
You know,
or
I am a
something,
huge
which one
fan
do you
of this
like?
guy who talks a whole lot of trash.
Oh, yeah.
And a bang, bang, George Niang. Welcome
George came in looking for some trouble and it got everybody going. He was getting loud rounds of applause and a lot of laughs.
Number one in the East for the majority of this year, and they have a lot of good players over there. But playing in Wells Fargo is a lot different than them playing at home, and we've had to play them at home twice. I don't know if I want to go out and get dinner or anything. You're like a rocket, man. I'm like, oh.
We did have a heart-to-heart about that.
When you say that, I just think of what Joel says in the locker room. He was like, the media hates the process.
The two of them were absolutely awesome. They were such cool, down-to-earth people. They were taking pictures, signing autographs, and just hanging out with the people.
Get that gut, baby. There it is.
Shout out the boy Chick-fil-A. He brought in his George Niang college throwback jersey to get it signed. This was such a fun and cool experience to be a part of. I'll let George, Kate, and John take it away.
It was electric. 97.5 The Fanatic. They showed love. It was a great time. We talked a little smack, talked the Sixers. You know what we're doing at the end of this year.
Go Sixers.
Well, anytime you get to be part of a live studio audience, it's rad. The fans here are amazing. And how good was George, right? I mean,
awesome.
he's coming for your job in the next 5 to 10. But the vibes are right. Big win last night. Go Sixers. Thanks for having us here.
The end of open house week was absolutely amazing, but it's just the beginning. Make sure you are staying tuned every single week to the John Kincade Show. We've always got something going on, and we're looking forward to having you join us next week here all week long, 6 to 10 a.m. right here on The Fanatic.
Repair. Our on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Welcome back to the live show. Fanatic First Fridays. We appreciate it. H&H Heating and Air Conditioning, by the way, has our guest hot seats, as we sort of call them here on the Edge. But I don't believe that either one of these people could be flustered at any time to consider it a hot seat. Jamie Lynch, Pat Egan, John Kincade Show with our live audience here. And on this First Friday, we are thrilled. We appreciate Tom McCarthy joining us. And we also appreciate the Lynhams getting up with us this morning. Jimmy and D, both here in the house with us. Coach, appreciate you being here. D, glad to have you with us. I'm going to give Coach his little thing there. Coach,
thanks for the invite.
Look, the coach is taking notes.
I know. He
Like, he's
needed the
thinking-
Wi-Fi. I didn't know the Wi-Fi. Like,
I don't
how
know
do you
the
walk
Wi-Fi.
in?
I've been here for a decade, so.
Right.
No, we don't give you the Wi-Fi, Pat. Remember that incident?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a 3-day suspension.
You go on
but we fixed it.
lobstertube.com too many times. The
We
next thing you
fixed
know,
it
they
a
take
little
away
bit.
the Wi-Fi.
By the way, what is that? The chicken and the waffle?
Chicken and waffle, yeah.
Coach, it's Good Friday, and I know you won't be doing it, but look at the chicken and waffle sandwich.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
There from look at that.
I won't be doing it.
He's not be doing that.
It's gain season for me, so.
Is this what you're trying to do?
I guess.
D and Coach here as the Sixers get ready to meander to the playoffs.
Get some exercise,
now?
John.
Yeah, that's a good word, John. I can tell you, I used to hate this time of year, as you were really almost wasting time. You know, do you play guys? Don't you play guys? You want the playoffs to start once you get to this stage.
I hate worrying D all the time about injury.
Yeah.
I hate that it's the storyline every year we're talking about.
Well, you'll be grateful that Joel did not get on that plane last night to go to Atlanta, so he's good for another game, maybe even 2 of not being injured.
I'm fine with that.
Yes, me
I'm
too.
absolutely fine with that. But it's like every year we're dealing with this storyline. Can we be healthy going to the postseason? I'm not hearing that with Boston. I'm not hearing that with Milwaukee. I'm not hearing that with Cleveland. It seems like it's our storyline.
You know, I hadn't really thought about it in that light, John. You're dead on. I make the point, and I try to do it like with a little bit of drama. The fact of the matter is, Joel Embiid has never been healthy in the playoffs. That's simply a statement of fact. And I'll use last year as an example. He had a fractured here above the eye
Orbital.
and a torn ligament here. Really? So in the Miami series, where Joe, instead of averaging 30, which he did during the regular season, he averaged 19 points a game. And the Sixers have no chance of winning a series, but ready? Fracture and torn. He's never been healthy in the playoffs, to your point, John.
And in fairness, this happened by getting his thumb stuck in somebody's jersey.
Yeah.
And the orbital, many would argue, why was he in the game at that point?
Oh, I was.
John was literally saying it.
I remember that. I remember hearing you say it.
So you can blame John
we were in
for it.
Vegas.
He cursed
We were
him.
in Vegas for NFL draft, and we're watching the game with a bunch of our Philly people that came out with us. And the game's on, and it's 5.5 minutes to go. And I say to Bob Cooney, I turn to Cooney, and I go, "When do you get him out of the game? Why would you have Joel Embiid in this game? It's over." And then Pat blames me for
because if you never said it, he never would have broke his
Pat
face.
blames me for the orbital.
Great job.
I mean, it's a delicate balance, though, Coach. Right? I mean,
It is, but I'm going to tell you, I make and I'm not saying this is fact, but I make an observation that Joel Embiid is so incredibly unique at what he can do at his size. No person 7 feet, 275 pounds or whatever, has ever approached doing the things that he does diving, run, how often he's on the floor. So I guess my thought, he puts himself in Pearl's way way, way more frequently than any player, big guy, that ever played this game.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, is that connected to the fact that he gets subjected to these, quote, freak injuries? Just for your thought or consideration.
Yeah, well, more importantly to me, because Joel actually does kind of look as healthy as we can hope for this time of year. Are you guys seeing anything from James Harden? I know he's still playing the 38 to 40 minutes with the Achilles. His comments after the Dallas game that he's been dealing with it for months, and it's kind of lingering, and it was kind of unbearable that night. Does that concern you going into the playoffs? Because that's worrying me more than anything Joel related.
It doesn't me because, one, he's been playing with it for as long as he says.
Sure.
And I kind of like the way he's been playing.
He's been playing great.
So my concern would be for what? I've watched him deal with it, and he looks a lot better and healthier and fitting in wise than he did last year when we only had the 22 games to figure it out, and he had the hamstring, I think it was last year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't think anybody's 100% on any of these teams going into the postseason. You've all played, whatever part of your 82-game season, and it's a physical sport. So
when Doc Rivers came on with us a few weeks ago, he was sitting here right in Dee's chair, and from H&H Heating and Air Conditioning. And I said, Doc brought up load management. I said, Doc, don't say that around me. It pisses me off. And he goes, it pisses you off. He goes, I was in a meeting yesterday for an hour and a half regarding load management. Did that come in any way during your tenure? And what do you think about it if you had to coach in today's modern game, if the doctors were telling Jimmy Lynam who you could play and when you could play them?
Jimmy Lynam wouldn't be real happy with that. Jimmy
don't like that.
Jimmy Lynam sees a doctor. It's usually about me. No, it will be a big adjustment, John, to be honest with you. No, back in the day, did you consult, with the medical staff? Yes, there was a medical staff. Sure you did, and you listened to them, and I had great regard for them. I always say, I like to listen to experts. I have experts in my life. I have a leak in my roof. I don't try to fix it, okay? I get the roofer. The same thing with the medical situation. But I think it has, gone overboard.
Boston or Milwaukee for you two? Which one would you rather face?
I don't live my life like that.
Sounds like Cooney.
Can you please for the next
Cooney's here
for the
today.
next 5 minutes? Can you please?
Watch. I have no control over who it is. And if I try to be selective, I hope it's not. You follow me? That's a real bad way for me to go into a playoff series. And if I feel that way, trust me, my players are going to.
So who do they? Okay, so
quite frankly, you'd have to probably face them both.
That's the way it's looking
in all
right
probability.
now,
Yes.
You're going to go 2, and then you're going to go 1.
without question.
Guest has a point.
There you go.
But to get out of the second round, the
thing.
big talk, which it's going to be again.
But you already know what it is. It's either going to be Miami or Boston because it's going to be the 2-7.
So what is it about Boston to both of you that gives the Sixers such a hard time? John said in the last 19, they're actually
Aside from the fact that they're real good,
aside from that, yeah.
Sixers are 9
aside
and
from
10
that they have Tatum and Brown. Aside from that fact,
Yeah, and Malcolm Brogdon is a backup point guard, and they're just deep.
No, they have 5 guys who shoot over 40% from 3.
Yeah,
I hear you say that on your show, and it seems like it's simple math because the Sixers don't contest enough to me when they face Boston. They give Boston too many early.
Boston moves the ball well,
John, watch. No, Boston is so good at that's why they're good. In other words, when you look at a team, why are the Eagles good? And there's a reason why they're good. There's a reason why Boston is good. D just told you. They like to shoot a lot of threes. They have a scheme that generates a lot of threes. The players understand the scheme. They buy into the scheme. And they have skill sets that I go hand in glove with scheme. That's why it's tough to go out and contest all the threes they shoot. It's either at the top they shoot 43s a game.
It's amazing.
There's 88 shots in a game. Boston, they shoot 42 of the 88 are from way out there. That's the way they want to play. The fact of the matter is the Sixers do a pretty good job at contesting them. They got to do a little bit better if they want to beat them in a 7-game set.
So if you're coaching this team and you do face off against Boston in the second round, what is, in your idea, outside of D'Anthony Melton, your guard defense isn't really that strong. How do you contest something like that?
Well, you're right. That's when you go into a playoff series and you're going to face a guy 7 times and have to win 4 of the 7 to survive the series. They use the word adjustments. That's what it's about. It's a little bit of a poker game or a chess match, if you will. You have to figure a way. In other words, he can come up and guard me if I'm on the 3 line. If I'm as close as you can. You get as close as you can to the guy. And it's tough for a guy to get a shot. Literally, that's fact. But what happens when you get up like that, the guy runs by you. He drives the ball toward the basket. And that kicks in a lot of bad stuff. So Sixers have to make some decisions, how they want to try. Can they do it? Of course they can do it. What price are you willing to play to take him off the 3 line? This stuff is not brain surgery, believe it or not. But it's about making decisions, okay?
If we can sort of understand it, we know it's not brain surgery.
No, it really.
I can assure you of that, if that can be.
Looking at Tobias Harris, it seemed like early on last night he was engaged, but it seems like he's more content sometimes with just being that 4 and not. I don't want to say taking over a game because that's Joel's job, but like
being more active offensively. How do you, as a coach, how would you get him more involved?
Yeah, that, believe it or not, for that Mark Jackson and I, my cohort that I work with at NBC, we're talking about this the other night. I think you just hit on one of the key points if the Sixers are going to make a deep run. If you were, let's say, the coach of the team, and you wanted Tobias Harris to be a 20-point scorer, you ready? The answer is blindfolded.
Yeah.
Blindfolded, he could be a 20-point scorer. To score 20 points, you have to give him the ball. He has to get shots to score points. It's that simple. You said it. He's the fourth guy now, okay? Embiid, James Harden, Tyrese Maxey, and now you got Tobias Harris. And what happens, and this is where Doc has to, it's a very kind of thin line for me. Embiid and Harden are so good at what they do, and give them both some credit. They really complement each other incredibly well. I think one of the reasons that Joe is going to be MVP is because of James Harden. And Harden had his best year ever at distributing the ball to Joe and to his teammates. So if you let those two guys, let's say, do their thing for, let me say, 50% of the game, and three of us are the teammates, well, we're standing around literally twiddling our thumbs. And I'll say it, let me be one of the guys. Dude, yeah, now all of a sudden you want me to make a huge shot for you at 3 minutes to go in the game, in a 1-point game. And what have I been doing? I've been standing out of the road. I've been getting out of the road of these two supers all night. Okay? Dude, I got to be involved. Do you follow me? Let me touch a ball once in a while. I don't even have to shoot it. Let me touch it, dribble it, bounce it, okay? I can't just stand in the corner. Give me a Coke, please, sir. Yeah, right. Come on.
Watching Jimmy Lynam in front of our live studio audience.
He lacks passion.
Do you guys all feel like you're this is the coach getting you fired up to go out after halftime? Come on, let's go win this game.
John, let me just say that Doc knows everything that I just said. That's why it's a tough decision. So how often do you want those two guys to do their thing? I'm going to give you a parallel.
Okay.
Back in the day when Wilt Chamberlain was doing his thing, all right, the biggest force in the history of sport for me, he averaged 50 points a game 1 year. Well, in hindsight, a lot of the people who really knew basketball said, you know what? That's why he wasn't as successful, because we gave him the ball. He was so dominating. We gave him the ball so much that it ruined the rest of these guys. They couldn't. Somehow you have to get in concert with the superstar. You see, in concert. It'd be like somebody, you have a great running back. Do you give him the ball every 3 downs to run the ball? No, you have to have a balance. That's the trick.
Look at all the football analogies, Jamie.
Yeah, this is great.
You use a lot of football analogies.
Yeah, I'm a huge.
He loves football.
I'm a huge football fan. I don't know football like the rest of you guys.
He wasn't looking at us that time. Go back to the Super Bowl. Where did you watch the Super Bowl?
In my at my daughter's house, Dee's sister.
So watching at Kathy's,
your
my classmate. Yes, she was much smarter.
Yeah.
So your father's watching an Eagles game. Is he this impassioned? What are they doing there? Why are they not doing this?
Depends what the number is, John. How much my poke is on the game.
And also, how many of he has grandsons, but he has extended grandsons. How many of them are in the room because it gets very loud and hard to get a word in edgewise? They all know, more than Sirianni when they're watching.
Oh, yeah, well, we all do. We all think we do. Coach, when we talk to people about this sports town, people always say it's a tough place to coach, a tough place to play. You know this town. It is your blood. It was your blood at the collegiate level, pro level, otherwise. Is it a tough place to coach and to play?
I think it is, but I think sometimes it's dramatized in that wherever you coach, to be honest, is a tough place. And I think it's because of the expectations and the fans. I will say this, and I think this is a fair statement. This is the most passionate sports town that I've ever seen. And I say that as a compliment. And I think at the bottom line, most of the players and coaches appreciate that. That at times it can make your job a little uncomfortable. Coach Ramsey, who was my guru, used to have a great line. like you'd hear, he said, one of the comforting things to me is you always know, when you're dying there on the bench trying to figure it out, that the answer is right there behind you. All you gotta do is reach back. It's right there. Yeah.
I don't want to fast forward to the offseason and all, but
Please not.
Yeah, James Harden, there's rumors he could return to Houston. They're kind of at a critical crossroads. And the reason I bring that up is, how good do both of you think Tyrese Maxey can become? Is there another level to him, perhaps if Harden leaves, that he can get to? Is he an all-NBA potential type of kid, or is he, might scratch all-star every once in a while, continue at three-point progression and all that? In your opinions, how good can he be?
I mean, I consider Tyrese a combo guard, but he's never going to be the playmaker that James Harden is.
Sure.
Unless you do some serious changing of the way he thinks. I mean, even when before they got Harden last year, him playing that point guard position, I mean, I'm going to venture and say he averaged 4 assists a game.
Yeah.
So I think that his play is just different. I do think he's capable of being an all-star. As far as Harden, I think his being here will have a lot to do with what happens in the postseason. I don't think he just wants to run to Houston. I think part of the reason that he wanted to facilitate his way to get is because he wants to win. And if you go back to Houston, you're saying goodbye.
So are you saying
I give up on ever getting a
So you believe more likely if they would win, he'd be more likely to leave? If they won something big.
No. I think he would come
more
back.
likely to stay.
No, I think depending on if something bad happens and the fallout is we cannot be this anymore.
Right.
Then, that's on Daryl Morey. That's you can't just keep spinning your wheels. And I don't know how you begin to fix it because you've spent the last 4 years thinking you're one piece away or one series away from getting to the Eastern Conference Championship.
Would you have dealt well with an analytics department, Coach? Coaching in your day?
My background, I have a math degree. I was a math major in college. But again, I'd have a little trouble. I think it's a little over the top for me.
Because in addition to analytics, you always go check the pulse.
I'm sorry?
You always say check the pulse. Like you can't just do the analytics.
Yeah.
It has to be a balance.
So when she says check the pulse,
it's check.
I say, I think what's helped me in the course of my career is I think I'm pretty good at this. I have I'm pretty good at this. And when you walk into a group, every morning, you just, got to the hotel at 3 a.m. You were to shoot around 10 o'clock, and you got to beat the Celtics that night. You have to be able to take the pulse of the group. Like, how do I get these guys going? How strong do I fire on how bad we played last night? How much preparation do you give them in a mental sense to get ready for tonight? I call that taking the pulse. Do you always take it right? You're better if you want to survive.
You have seen all of the greats in Sixers history.
I've seen a lot of them.
And you coached a lot of them, too. And, D, you've seen a lot of them, too, and the ones you haven't, you grew up hearing stories about them.
Sure.
There's this sense about Joel Embiid that I think a lot of people had thought, and now it's being voiced of, is he the most talented Sixer of all time? And I know for our show, Jamie was the first one to say it. Mark Jackson came on with us last time we did this, and he brought it up. Where does Joel Embiid rank for you guys as right now in terms of all-time greats for Sixers history?
Well, as a big person, I'm not going to compare him to Michael Jordan. They're totally different. It'd be like comparing a pitcher and a running back in football.
I've done it.
Yeah, you can't do it.
Didn't work.
We try to tell him he can't.
But no, I think it's to me evident. He's the most skilled, talented big man that ever played basketball. Watch. A superstar in a sport, he does this. He combines his athletic and physical gifts with his skill, okay? Like somebody that is going to be a pitcher, let's say he's a big, strong person and can really throw a ball. Well, you have to have a skill of being able to locate the ball. If your ability is limited to, I can throw it toward the plate and sometimes it goes over for a strike. Well, you can't be a super pitcher. You have to have skill. So what a superstar athlete is a combo of great physical talent and great skill. Joel Embiid's skill set is off the chart. This is fact. Like his second year, he came into the coaches. Dirk Nowitzki is a great player, was a great European player who becomes a great NBA player. And he's like unique for a big guy. The Europeans showed us that big guys, just because they're tall, they can be real skilled as well. So Nowitzki he's able to shoot a ball, and he's got all these moves. He actually shoots a ball off 1 foot like we've never seen a big guy do. Embiid asked the coaches, will you get me Nowitzki tape? They get it to him. You ready? He comes back in September. He's a imitation Dirk Nowitzki. This guy's shooting 1 foot shots. Are you serious? Really, Joe? That's how talented this guy is. It'd be like you saying, I think I'd like to make it up. I'd like to play golf. Never touched a golf club in your life. And Tiger Woods comes in and says, dude, this is what you got to do. And 3 months later, you're out shooting 80. Really? Really, dude? No. Most of us, Tiger could spend 6 days a week with us. We'd go out to the course. The first time we'd swing it, we'd miss the ball. Or the ball's going to go into the woods. No. Joel Embiid would hit it right on the face of the club. That's how good this guy is.
Does Doc Rivers get a bad shake in this town?
Yes.
Tell me why. What do you think?
Just
when
a personal
when
opinion.
you hear things,
yeah.
What do you think people are missing?
I'm going to give you the one word. At times, can the media be confrontational? Yes.
Yes.
For me, when I try to do my job over the years, I would prefer to do it, my total job, in a non-confrontational manner. Because for me, I will get more done and be more successful in the long run following that adage. And I think that in the beginning, for whatever reason, I think the media was a tad too confrontational. And Doc, he's a competitive, combative guy. He knows he's a good coach. He's got a world championship under his belt. And in that circumstance, it's not easy to back off.
How great was it having Jim Lynam and D. Lynam come up and spend time with us today? Coach, we appreciate it. D, everybody, we love you. D's part of our family here at The Fanatic. Thank you so much for being here. Get yourself some breakfast.
Anytime.
Hey, good to see you. Coach Lynam could come in and do a show.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah. Honestly, he could do a show. And
Yeah,
we could talk
open
Eagles.
invitation for you both.
Any
shows.
And we can have you on. Let's bring you on in anytime. By the way, we've got some giveaways for the crowd today. Some of you Phillies fans today will be walking home with a gift from sporticulture.com. We thank Tracy
for being
Tracy
here today.
Morgan. And you're going to find great team-branded items for tailgating, gifts from college, NFL, MLB, and NHL. You can visit them online at sporticulture.com. Egan is going to give away 3 of the Phillies paperweights to some selective Phillies fans in the audience.
All
I'm
right.
putting all the pressure on you. Go get stretched during the
right
break.
there.
Our
I
friends
see
from
one
Stretch
right
Zone are
there.
here. Coach, if you need a good stretch, Stretch Zone will give you a great one. They got them back there, too. And we thank Nifty 50s for being here, too. We got 1 hour left. We're going to have some fun. Hang out with us. John Kincade Show. With a live studio audience on this Friday here at The Fanatic. Hey, I'd like to do
Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic. Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
All right, it's 9 a.m. almost on Friday morning. Bob Cooney's not here, so Pat won't be dancing. Where is Pat? Seriously, is Pat ever back?
I think he's having his
before the end of the break.
third dish of chicken and waffles back there.
Come on, Pat.
He's putting it away today.
Seriously,
man.
Pat running into the studio. How many times are you going to eat this morning?
That's at
For God's
least his
sake.
second serving.
He missed a day of work this week with a stomach ailment. Who would not have expected that?
Hashtag NBA poops.
9 o'clock hour of the John Kincade Show is brought to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. And for details, go to Bagster.com. We appreciate that.
I was talking to Meredith from Helium.
You were?
Yeah.
While eating chicken and waffles.
We were deep in conversation.
And you were running and stuffing your face.
Well,
Which is good,
I
though.
can do two things at once.
Nifty 50s is good food.
Yes.
But then that also could inconvenience our guest. A very, very funny man joining us here live in studio. Comedian Donnell Rawlings joining us.
What's going on, everybody?
You're here at 9 a.m.
I was a little nervous because from the outside, I looked at all these red hats. I thought I was walking into a MAGA convention for a second. But yeah, I was like,
Just
all right,
Philly's opening day.
Yeah.
If we could
they
make
tricked me. They said I was celebrating 50 years of hip hop. It does not look like a hip hop crowd in here.
If we could make baseball great again, that would be great.
That would be fun.
That would be it.
What's up, everybody? How you doing?
There you go. You're going to be at the Helium Comedy Club.
Yes, sir.
As I went to bed last night, there were only tickets available for the late shows Saturday and Sunday, and it was looking a little tight. So you obviously bring the people out.
Yeah, I do, and it's been 30 years of doing comedy. I've finally admitted that I'm old. Right?
You're old.
This is when you know you're old, when you tell people you're old. Usually, we try to run from it. We'll say, "You're getting old." No, I'm no spring chicken anymore. This is when you can tell you're getting old, when you could just be standing still, right? And you feel like you popped or broke something in your pocket. I saw this guy the other day. He was just standing still. All of a sudden, he was like, God, ah! Ah! And another way you know you're getting old, when you get up and you make this noise. Yep, 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 yep. Your first yep, you're getting into the golden ages of getting senior citizen discounts at McDonald's and IHOPs, which I refuse all of them.
We were watching some of your stand-up last night. My wife, the only way she knew you from Chappelle's show.
Right.
And she absolutely loved it. Then I said, well, he does stand-up too. So then she's going down the rabbit hole of your stand-up routines.
Right.
You had you made your bones out of a suitcase.
Yeah.
Running all over this country and get it. Where are your favorite places to work?
The one with the biggest check. I always get that question. I don't care about being in Hawaii if I'm getting paid a little bit of money. But I could be in Why Not, Minnesota. If I'm getting the best check, then that's the place I love.
Do you fly yourself to these places? Like I don't even know how.
What you're trying to find out? I'm flying private. I'm not flying private. All right. If you wanted Dave Chappelle, you should have booked Dave Chappelle. Okay. Because it's so disrespectful. You look me right in my eyes. You like, you know what? My wife's favorite comedian.
Is he going, Coach?
Yeah. He's like, you know what? My wife's favorite comedian. I was like, thank you. It's Dave Chappelle. I'm like, God.
Well, that being said, it's not bad to be on one of the most iconic TV shows ever.
It is.
You're also on The Wire. I mean, what's that like for you as a guy?
Like, people always say, Donnell, what do you want your legacy to be? And Entertainment Weekly, they did a write-up maybe like 4 or 5 years ago where they listed the top 100 television shows in the history of television.
Sure.
And The Wire was listed on that show, and also the Dave Chappelle show.
That's huge.
So, me being an older guy right now, if I go out tomorrow, at least I can say people can identify me with some iconic and historical shows on TV.
Yeah, what was that like at its peak? Because, that was a show, like my father, I was in college at the time down in D.C.
All right, now you're trying to be disrespectful and call me old.
No.
Yes, you are.
But that brought
I'm so sick of these people. They come up to me looking like you. Yeah, these people. You guys. First of all, I just want to do this for all of y'all, all right? I just want to let y'all know it's okay when y'all do it, but not us, right?
No, but it brought together my dad and me. Like
Stop calling me old,
I'm
bro.
not. But
All right.
but he loved it too, and it was such a huge show. It had such a huge impact.
This is times when I know I'm getting older. Is when like a person your age, what are you like 29, 30?
No, I'm 41.
He's 41.
Yeah, I just got a baby face.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, don't give yourself too much credit. It's not that good.
It's because I can't grow
At
hair.
least you're not wearing this guy's haircut, so we're good to go. All right? I'm just saying. I'm sorry, bro. I couldn't wait to do it. You were so nice to me, and I was like, I'm going to roast him.
He took the water back.
I didn't want to do it. As soon as you walked in, I was like this, bing, 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 bing. I'm going to tear him up. But it's so interesting when I see guys that come to me like, they're like, yo, I grew up off you. And I'm like, dude, you got a little kid now, right?
Yeah.
But it's like, dang, I forgot the question. What is it?
It was just like
We don't have any
such a
questions.
massive show. Culturally, everything.
Chappelle, it was one of those shows, and like it's been following me. It's been like I think we had 20-year anniversary.
Yeah.
It's just one of those shows. People say, Donnell, do you ever get tired of people calling you Ashy Larry? And I answer that by saying, in this business, it's so hard to be known or recognized by anything. You know, you go your whole career. Some people don't get the platforms, some people know they do. So if you want to call me Ashy Larry, he's a LLC now.
Nice.
You can write a check to him or whatever. But I'll always embrace like kind of what got me to the point where after 30 years, bro, still being able to do it and make a good living,
It's awesome.
I'm happy about it. And then to be a part of the legacy that Dave Chappelle started. You know, I've done so many other things since then, but I will say that was the show and the platform that everybody was watching at one time, and they got to be introduced to me.
Now, did you and Dave go back to D.C. together? Did you come up?
Well, he was.
comedy?
Dave was.
He flew first class.
Yeah, oh man, I knew it. I caught the Peter Pan trailways, right? No, but we knew each other. Dave is younger than me, but he started his career before me. So both of us being from Washington, D.C., the biggest move you could do at that time was to show that you were serious about it, was to leave your hometown. Like, I've been doing it a long time where when I started, you had to be in New York or L.A. to make it. But now because of social media and everything, you could create whatever opportunity you want, like in any town you went. But you know, like working with him, it was just like it never really felt like work. I would forget that we were supposed to get paid at times. And another thing that people don't know about that show, if you take a editor and tell him to like just put a timeline of all the times Donnell spoke in that show, it'd probably be like 3 minutes.
Wow.
But also knew how dope it was to be on that show. And even when like a lot of the sketches that I would be a part of, it was on my days off. Because when we first started doing it, I was broke. I wasn't really making a lot of money. So I'm like, if I go to work, I get to eat for free, right? And then I get some more experiences. And then there were times where Dave would just call me off the bench out of nowhere. I'd just be in the back. Like a lot of times the clothes you saw me wear, it was the clothes I was wearing that day.
That's great.
And he was like, yo, you want to be a part of this sketch? And I was like, yep. And that kind of what led to people starting to take notice of me on that show, and I started doing other things.
Is it harder doing sketch comedy or is it harder to do stand-up?
For me, well, sketch comedy is easy for
me. So collaborative, though.
I know, but that's like the regular acting for me, because I have done a lot of like serious stuff. That's kind of challenging, and I'm a little afraid of that at times. People are like, but you're a good actor. I'm like, I'm not an actor. I act like an actor, but stand-up comedy is my thing. I remember the first time I ever had an acting gig, I was playing Cop 2. In,
Cop 2.
Yeah, it's
a memorable performance.
Yeah, it's like you're under arrest, like that type of thing. And I didn't know, like I was supposed to get somebody out of this cop car, and I thought the guy was actually going to be in the car. And when I opened the door up, it was a camera, and I ran like halfway down the block. I'm like, oh my God, what am I doing? But stand-up is my comfort zone. I do that. I can do that in my sleep. Acting is a lot more challenging for me.
You were in the military.
Yes.
You're in the Air Force, I believe.
Yes. Are you going to tell us?
Thank you for your service.
All right, thank you. I was not a good military guy, but I'll take that.
How did being a comedian and being funny go over with your drill sergeants?
It didn't.
Did you hide it?
No, so this is why I got out of the Air Force. After 4 years, it was an honorable discharge, but I used to hear this, and I knew it was going to be time for me to leave, because every week, I would hear my first sergeant say, Airman Rollins, your blatant disregard for established military policies shows a lack of military and
That's like every Pat Friday.
Everything, yeah, that's it. It would be like, it shows a lack of military burn and integrity. What do you have to say for yourself, Airman? And the funny person, I was like, Hakuna Matata. You know? I would just say anything. That's not funny, Airman. But I was in, not the toughest branch. Whenever I talk about the military, I say Air Force. Then you get the guys like Cheer Force, you guys were civilians with uniforms. And I was a police officer, which a lot of people are surprised when I say that. And your technical training to be a police officer, you worked with the Marines. right? Like you trained with them. You learned how to be a cop with the Marines. So we would march together. And like the Marines, they had the macho theme song. Everybody knew the words to the Marine song. It was tough. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. It was tough. I was in the Air Force. Our song was soft as hell. Our song sounded like an audition for Glee Club.
Like a surrender.
I was
like you're ready to surrender.
I was like, off we go
into the wild,
into the wild, climb high into the sky. So we live in fame or go down in flames. It wasn't the macho song that make you want to defend this country. I'll just say that.
Did you grow up as much of a sports fan in D.C.?
I was. I'm almost embarrassed to say that I'm a Commanders fan.
Yeah.
Or whatever. But that was.
Well, they're selling. They're selling. That's good news for you.
Yeah. But you know what? It's so weird because over the years, and I know it's hard for a lot of people to take, I had a great relationship with Dan Snyder. You know, it was interesting because I met him in Aspen maybe 4 or 5 years ago. We were doing a show there. Another good friend of mine, Guy Torrey, he's really connected to sports. So he was like, yo, one of the reps from the Skins, I'll say it back in there.
Sure. You can still say it.
Yeah, I can say, oh, yeah, Philly, you can say whatever the hell you want to say.
We hate them.
They like, hell to the Redskins. But Dan wanted to come to our show, but he was having a problem getting tickets because his show was completely sold out. So I got Dan Snyder, owner of, and I don't care what anybody says, to be able to know the guy that owns a team that you're watching, that's like a big deal. So, and I built my relationship through Aspen in that time, and then he would invite me to like the owner's box and stuff like that.
Oh, nice.
And I remember he was upset, right, because it was like last year, his wife had spoke on breast cancer or something. They had a big thing on the Jumbotron, and it was this nonprofit she was involved with. And you know, he's frustrated with the city is frustrated with him, and they started booing his wife.
A breast cancer awareness PSA?
Well, we go harder than y'all. You know what I mean? Like,
it's disgusting.
No, it was because she said hell to the Redskins. They got upset, right?
Oh.
Right, and I'm in the owner's box, and I felt bad. And she was over there, and she was like really cool about it. And I seen been in a lot of games, and he was like, Donnell, that's not right. I was like, what? He said, I respected him. He said, you know what? I can take it. He said, come at me, right? He said, but don't come at my wife. You know what I'm saying? And
I agree.
And I respected it for that, right? And then we were sitting down, and I was like, you know how you stop all the booze, Dan? He was like, well, I was like, win.
Yes.
Yeah. We forget a lot of stuff when you win, right? And a lot of people don't notice. He was like, Donnell, I tried everything. He said, I can't play. And just a lot of people, he said, I can't play.
He hasn't tried.
No, he can't. I mean, physically, he can't play. But then he started making a list of the efforts he made to try to improve the team, the money he spent on certain players and everything. And for some reason, it didn't work out. But I honestly know that he did make an effort of trying to get them back to the time when it was a winning organization. So I got different – people have mixed feelings about him, but I have different feelings, and I know him personally. He's always been a good guy to me.
What is the number one thing you draw from in your comedy? Personal life, observing others?
Both. You know, people always say, how do you write your material? I just go and be a part of life. You know, like some people, they can sit, some people are like they joke writers. They can sit there like the beginning, the middle, and the end. My situation is me going out, seeing regular people, I don't mean that in an insulting way to any of you regular people, but
you're not going to find many regulars.
You can switch here in a minute. Ask Bill Burr. It happened to him. But I just try to be involved with life. Some of the stuff is self-deprecating comedy, observational. Some of the things are topical. But I'll guarantee you one thing: when you come to my show, you're not going to get a politically correct comic. You're going to get a comic that he expresses himself the way he sees life. My good friend Dave Chappelle told me some years ago, he said, Donnell, it is our job to make fun of the things that are troubling the world. And that's what I do, and that's what you get when you come to one of my shows.
Helium Comedy Club tonight. There were, I still think there might be a ticket or two available for tonight. You packed the place, though.
It's a good time.
Better move it.
I will say, after 30 years, to be able, ultimately, a comic's number one dream that becomes a reality is to be able to put your name on the marquee and people want to spend money to come see you. And that's why I say I'm uncounselable, because I'm not really connected to a network. I don't have corporate sponsors. And the people that have employed me for 30 years are the people like here that come out, spend money to see my show, and I always give you guys the best show I can give.
Danelle, we appreciate it so much for you being here today.
Oh, one more thing. Black Lives Matter. Okay,
there we go. Yes. You're scared. You thought they were all MAGA hats. They're Phillies hats.
I know. I had to turn around. I was like,
Now, do Nationals hats scare you too?
It's all no.
I mean, come on now.
Love whoever you love. That's how I feel.
There you go, Danelle. Appreciate it very, very much. See him at Helium Comedy Club today. We appreciate you coming on by. If you have questions about youth or high school sports, Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit organization, develops better athletes and better people through youth and high school sports. Information available at positivecoach.org. So check that on out. Did everybody enjoy their breakfast today from the fantastic folks at Nifty 50s?
I still am.
Jamie, there's how many have you enjoyed is the question.
Worry. Don't mind your business, man.
How many have you enjoyed this morning?
Mind your waistline, and
You got it going
I'll
on
mind
this
mine.
morning. Jamie, did you see who jumped into the other guest chair over there?
I did indeed.
From the Philadelphia Phillies, director of Fun and Games. Are you still director?
I'm still director of Fun and Games.
Is there a vice president of Fun and Games?
Vice president of Shenanigans.
Oh, so there is.
That's the Fanatic.
That is.
Why did you put me between the comedian and Larry Bowa? That's a no-win situation.
No, I mean, exactly.
I mean,
What
come on.
about Jimmy Lynam? Did you hear Jimmy on the way over?
Yeah, I did.
Coach
And-
Lynam is in this room, sitting in the chair, not looking at any of us, just addressing the crowd.
Right.
As he's
Well, he's a
making his
coach,
points. I swear
right?
to you, I wanted to go through a wall for the
I
man.
mean, you guys are my boys right here. I got two hockey guys.
Yes.
I got a lacrosse guy,
Yeah.
right? How many often do you have a morning sports radio show where you have
Not
two
very
hockey
often.
guys and a lacrosse guy?
If we could only get, we want the hockey to improve in town, and they're trying to move in that direction.
Yeah.
Torts is trying to move there. Not the ideal start for the Phillies, but a celebration today. I expect a warm reception, even at 1-5.
I agree. I mean, 1-5, tough start. I mean, just what I'm not going to make any excuses for the team,
No, you
but it
shouldn't.
just and I shouldn't. It was just a bad. We obviously the first game was tough because obviously we blew a lead, but then we faced Cole, we faced Nestor, Cortez, we faced Evaldi. I mean, just DeGrom, and then just a lot of mental mistakes. And we need to get back home. We need to get the season back. And the injuries are hopefully the Marsh injury is going to be quick. Hopefully the Hall injury, same thing. We already lost Reese for pretty much the year. The good news on Bryce is that Bryce could be back sooner. All the indications it could be back sooner. So Ranger Suarez, we're getting good news on that. So just need to get everyone healthy. Need to be home. We're home obviously today, and today's gonna be an awesome day.
I was concerned when I saw Jamie Lynch probable for today. I mean,
I'll be there.
Rob Thompson may put you at first.
Yeah, I got the Phillies golf shirt on.
Got it
and
going
everything. John, you've seen it though in baseball all these years. Sometimes just getting home can kind of reset your battery a little bit and get you off to a real start on the year. Do you think there's something? I mean, having the Reds definitely helps too.
Reds and Marlins. Yeah, I think just getting home, getting our home crowd. You saw what we did in the playoffs. I mean, that when we got home for the first time against the Braves, as you know, the place was electric, and the place was basically a cauldron that was waiting to explode. And when Rhys Hoskins hit that home run, I said this to you guys last year, it was the loudest I've ever heard the ballpark. I mean, absolutely. And I've been there
was the best.
30 years. And I just think the Philly fans couldn't wait to get back, to that playoff mode because they hadn't been there since 2011. So I think today, same thing. This is the first time Philly fans, other than spring training, are able to see the team right now that they saw make that magical run. So they'll bring the energy. We just got to get off to a good start. We got Zach Wheeler on the mound today, and let's go.
I can tell you that they are still talking about it down south, about wanting to create a home field advantage like the Phillies had. And you must hear that when you were in Houston during the World Series and things like that.
Yep.
There was a complete difference between that Philly crowd and everything.
Yeah, what is it, Mattress Mac?
Yeah, Mattress Mac.
Ask him about his experience.
Can it be recreated in a regular season, though?
Yeah, but
maybe for a Mets series, Braves series?
Think about, too, that the what I think is cool as a Philadelphian growing up here, that how many times we worry that other players, big free agents might not want to come here because the fans are too tough or because whatever. East Coast, they don't want to play on the East Coast. They want to play out in California. All of a sudden, Trey Turner says that one of the key reasons why he wanted to play for the Phillies, because the energy in that, when watching TV, the crowd, the energy of the crowd jumped out of him, out of the TV, and he saw the energy, wanted to play here. And we heard that from a couple other players too. So it's nice that now players want to come here because of our fans, not despite of our fans, because unfortunately we get a bad rap.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, today, what do we got going on promotion-wise at the ballpark? Because I know today's the McDonald's opening day T-shirt, which I think...
No, that's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow.
I apologize for
No, that's okay.
Seriously.
No, today. So here's the lineup. So 10 o'clock, you can get down the team store. The team store has all the World Series, NL champion merchandise, Trey Turner merchandise, all kinds of things. At 12:35, that's the gates open. So all fans are going to get a 2022 National League pennant, right? Every fan's going to get a pennant when they walk in.
So good deal. All right.
So a big pennant. Also, we're going to have a block party inside the third base gate. We're going to have a DJ HBK. We're going to have a lot of activities. We have the Budweiser Clydesdales out on CB Way, which would be cool. If you have a ticket at the First Base Plaza, it's the first opportunity for fans to get a picture with the NL championship trophy.
Which I think is awesome.
That is very cool.
Kind of access to that kind of picture opportunity is great.
Yep. And then if you're at the game, you want to get in your seats by 2:15. That's when we do the traditional leadoff walk where the players come down through Ashburn Alley, come down the stairs, which is really cool, and come on the field. Cool. We have a lineup of fans, high five there. We have the Philadelphia Boys Choir doing America the Beautiful with a giant American flag unfurled. We have the lineups for the players. We have one of the probably cool moments, and it's a surprise, not a surprise because I'm going to tell you what's going to go on.
Spoil it too much.
We're raising the 2022 National League pennant, but there might be some goosebumps because somebody might be helping. I'm not going to tell you who.
Okay.
Or maybe even several people. So that'll be a cool moment. Kane Callis is going to be doing the national anthem in front of his dad's statue, which is great. Cool. Great singer and very emotional. Weather permitting, I always say wind permitting because it's more of the wind. Jumpers. That the U.S. Navy leapfrogs will be coming in.
So you've got nothing going on then?
Nothing going on.
You had months to prepare for
this. And then whoever is coming. If you remember last year, the Fanatic was part of the leapfrogs. And I got to say, that was probably, in the 30 years I've been with the Phillies, that's probably the most nervous I've ever been, other than, if I had worked when the Great Wallenda came across, the stadium, I think I would have been scared. But this one, having the Fanatic come down and
the Fanatic has cousins. If something did happen, he probably has. We go back to the Galapagos Islands.
Yeah, we're promoting the Galapagos Island from Lehigh Valley.
I'll pick up another one.
I'll tell his best friend.
Yes,
he has some cousins.
Send my love.
John Kincade said you would have been fine.
It would be replaceable.
Right.
I mean, at some point.
And then, so the U.S. Navy leapfrog will be handing the ball to NFC champion coach Nick Sirianni.
Yes.
So that'll be very cool. I'm sure he'll get a great reception, and then 3:05 game starts.
Do we expect a strike from Coach?
You know what? It's funny. I've always
it's nerve-wracking.
I'm the one
he was a wide receiver.
I'm usually the one that gives advice to celebrities when they come down. So a couple times, sometimes you forget that the athletes can do it, right? Because they block everything out. They're used to performing under pressure. But oftentimes if it's a singer, an actor, I always tell them, you always want to don't throw too hard. And you want to aim, you want to have a high release point. If you go too high, you get a ooh. If you go too low, like a worm burner, you get a boo. So it's better to get a ooh than a boo, right? So I've explained this. I said this to Doug Peterson. Doug Peterson's basically kind of giving me lip service in a nice way. Yeah. He's like, looking at me like, right. I know how to do this,
Don't
buddy.
worry about it, John.
And next thing he goes out there, he throws a seed. Boom, had a little cutter movement on there. I did the same thing to A.J. Brown last year. I did not know until after the fact.
Oh, yeah, he was a big recruit.
That he was a draft pick of the Padres.
Exactly.
So I'm giving him all these, chips, this and that. I had a catch with him underneath, right?
Did your hand hurt?
Well, the ramp, it was the ramp that you go down right near the visiting dugout. And it's a low ceiling and there's a ramp. So I'm throwing with him, not the ideal place. And my first throw to him hits the top of the roof and clangs down.
Like, I'm taking advice from this guy.
And he said, we're done. And he goes out there and he throws another, just like Peterson. He throws a seed. And I'm like, what? And then I find out again later he was a draft pick of the Padres. I said, I'm not doing this anymore to athletes. I'll give the advice to, again, actors and politicians.
A.J. Brown's like, did this guy win a contest? What do I have to have? Seriously. I'm not his dad.
We got a room, and as you can see, John, a lot of the Phillies fever has carried over. A lot of Phillies fans in the building here, which will be they're going to be looking to come down to the ballpark. How does everybody get their tickets to the Phillies?
Phillies.com. So go down. Again, it's going to be, and then Saturday is tomorrow.
Okay.
Tomorrow, Jamie.
Is McDonald's opening night with a T-shirt. And then Sunday is going to be a cool day, too, because that's when the players get their rings. So we're going to do a pregame ceremony. All the players will be getting their rings. And then we have Marlins Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And who's on the Marlins? It'll be the first player, little quiz. Who's the first non-Philly to get their ring on
Gene
Monday.
Segura?
Gene Segura. Yep. And
Be
we'll
the first non.
He'll be the first non-Philly. Yep.
Hey, John, we appreciate it. Let's get Phillies opening day 2. We were deciding how to say it. It's home opener. Is it a second opening day? Jamie says opening day.
I say home opener.
He says home opener.
Home opener. Yeah.
I say home opener also.
Yep. And I knew when we it's just our luck. And I want to be a weatherman when I get older, right?
Do you?
I do, because think about baseball. If you got to hit 3 out of 10 to be a successful, right?
Well, that's how much you have to do.
Well, I think if you could be 1 out of 10 and be successful as a weather
it was still
person,
the right call,
right? It was the right call. The Mets did it. The Orioles did it. So
It's a Friday.
And after what happened last Saturday in the area,
right,
when severe storms were even worse than expected.
But it's funny.
The smart move.
At 4 o'clock yesterday,
You knew it.
4 o'clock yesterday. It's a gorgeous day.
Yeah.
At
Sunny,
80 degrees. I'm like,
warm.
this would have been a nice opening day, right?
John Brazier from the Phillies, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you.
And I believe Larry Bowa is coming in.
Love Larry Bowa.
it's
One of my
Larry,
favorites.
Larry Bowa is very. Now we're gonna have to. You coach him up. You're gonna coach him up to be relaxed and loquacious. with
No,
the crowd?
Larry and I are.
I love Larry.
We're buddies. We used to work out together. We used to box together.
You boxed with Bowa.
Yes, well, not against him, but
no, that would be against him. You sparred with him.
Well, yes, you had a guy who's basically holding the mitts, and,
Okay.
and Bo would hit, and then I would hit, and
You got your ass kicked by Larry Bowa.
Well, he would kick my butt.
He would,
I tell you that.
absolutely,
There's
still
no
would.
doubt about that. You've
Good
seen the
job,
guy? The
John.
guy's in good shape at whatever age he is.
Why don't you go get stretched by Stretch Zone before you
I
leave?
think I might do that before I get
There
my
you go.
butt kicked by Larry.
Hey, we're heading into the final stretch of the morning, presented by Stretch Zone. If you want to relieve sore muscles and you increase your flexibility and range of motion, book your free 30-minute stretch session today. Go to stretchzone.com. Got a lot more coming, and you heard it. Larry Bowa, the Phillies legend, coming up next. John Kincade Show with a live studio audience here in Ballard Inwood, here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Hey, if you're playing.
Ten already blew away on us. We're looking to have some fun today, though. Hopefully that's not a bad sign. Sixers coming off a big win. We got some big names coming in. We got Kate Scott. We got our boy George Niang. And the head coach, Doc Rivers. No fire Doc chance today. Big win last night. Let's have some fun with it.
With the stacked lineup we had today, our amazing listeners all held in. It was an absolutely packed house for the last live show of the week. For the amazing Sixers coverage, we had to get Jamie Lynch in and have the listeners ask a bunch of questions to the show before we had the great Mickey Morandini in live to talk some Phillies baseball. Of course, to start it off, we had to have the head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers in, Doc Rivers. He was actually such a cool dude to joke around and hang out.
Doc Rivers is in the house.
Doc got a great ovation because it was a Victory Friday, so Pat had to show him his dance moves.
Doc Rivers is saying, what the hell did I come to? Here you go.
Doc was actually very open and honest about what he's seen from the Sixers team up until the All-Star break and gives a little bit of an insight of what we are going to see throughout the end of the season.
My 2 years in the playoffs, Joel has not been healthy. We need a healthy Joel. We need a healthy James. We need a healthy team to win. And so we're going to do whatever we can during this stretch. I'm not going to use the word load management. Please don't, because I hate it. I hate the word. I had a load management meeting 2 days ago, and I was sitting there like, you gotta be freaking kidding me.
Okay, I said I can't come. I need load.
Big applause for Doc as we hope that they can continue this strong, successful season.
Man, how cool is Doc Rivers, right? He's saying this is the best team we've had here. He's saying Joel Embiid's the best talent that he's ever coached. It's unbelievable what he has to say about the squad. It was so fun to have him in. The people loved him. It's going to be a fun finish to the season for the Sixers.
Next up, we had the newest voice of the 76ers.
She is Miss Kate Scott.
What's a better way to get the crowd going than to bring a bunch of free swag to throw out? It's always tough to follow a legend and Mark Zumoff, but I think Kate's been doing an absolutely great job. And of course, she had to tee up her
When you're on a
man.
game and something happens, say somebody hits a three.
You know,
or
I am a
something,
huge
which one
fan
do you
of this
like?
guy who talks a whole lot of trash.
Oh, yeah.
And of bang, bang, George Niang. Welcome.
George came in looking for some trouble and it got everybody going. He was getting loud rounds of applause and a lot of laughs.
Number one in the East for the majority of this year, and they have a lot of good players over there. But playing in Wells Fargo is a lot different than them playing at home, and we've had to play them at home twice. I don't know if I want to go out and get dinner or anything. I feel like a rocket, man. I'm like, oh.
You did have a heart-to-heart about that.
When you say that, I just think of what Joel says in the locker room. He was like, the media hates the process.
The two of them were absolutely awesome. They were such cool, down-to-earth people. They were taking pictures, signing autographs, and just hanging out with the people.
Get that gut, baby. There it is.
Shout out the boy Chick-fil-A. He brought in his George Niang college throwback jersey to get it signed. This was such a fun and cool experience to be a part of. I'll let George, Kate, and John take it away.
It was electric. 97.5 The Fanatic. They showed love. It was a great time. We talked a little smack, talked the Sixers. You know what we're doing at the end of this year.
Go Sixers.
Well, anytime you get to be part of a live studio audience, it's rad. Fans here are amazing. And how good was George, right? I mean,
awesome.
he's coming for your job in the next 5 to 10. But the vibes are right. Big win last night. Go Sixers. Thanks for having us here.
The end of open house week was absolutely amazing, but it's just the beginning. Make sure you are staying tuned every single week to the John Kincade Show. We've always got something going on, and we're looking forward to having you join us next week here all week long, 6 to 10 a.m. right here on The Fanatic.
We're back at it again here, last day of the open house for the John Kincade Show, the longest running morning sports talk show in Philadelphia. We're here. The 10 already blew away on us. We're looking to have some fun today, though. Hopefully that's not a bad sign. Sixers coming off a big win. We got some big names coming in. We got Kate
Right. Fanatic Fan 5. The Fanatic.
If you're shopping for Easter, Kohl's is unmatched. To prep for the celebrations, I treated myself to a few Sephora beauty must-haves. Plus, I found great basket stuffers for my girls and got an extra 40% off cute outfits for them to wear to Sunday brunch and all spring long. Oh, and I got it.
overs, you're betting individual player performances, you're betting total bases or number of hits for players. You can do a lot of different things on the BetParx app. I already bet the Phillies to be a playoff team this year on the BetParx app. I won't cash that in until October. But if you're a new user, bet $10. Your first bet wins. You get $125 in sportsbook bonus for you, free. BetParx.com has all the terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sportsbook bonus must be wagered at least once. So get on in on that deal. If your first bet wins, you're a winner. You got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Ohio. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Welcome back. We got a live studio audience. It's a Friday morning. It's First Friday on the John Kincade Show. It's been a lot of fun this morning. And all of our guests on the John Kincade Show here at the our open house shows sit on the hot seat presented by H&H Heating and Air Conditioning. Make sure your home's ready for summer. Schedule a $69 air conditioner tune-up at DelcoHVAC.com. Jamie, you got one scheduled? You got to maintain that new system.
Yeah, you're right. I do. I got to call him.
Get him on. Joe Hoke, take good care of it.
But the system's operating like a dream.
It
John.
does, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure is.
It really, really works. Well, that hot seat, this guy would not be phased at all. You talk about guys who understand this market. We had Jimmy Lynam earlier with us. Larry Bowa in with us this morning.
All right, John.
Doing great, man. We were just hearing, too, a few weeks ago, seeing all the video of you with the first hit in the vet.
Yeah. That was a long time
ago.
ago.
That's a cool honor.
Looking at you look like you could kick Egan's ass right now. And all of our asses. But I mean, you like to think you got the first hit in the vet. You have been a fixture in this town for so long. And I asked Jimmy Lynam this earlier, and I want to start with it with this. How hard is Philadelphia? And do you think it's overstated? The fans, the media.
I think it's a great sports city. I say this, I've said it to a lot of people. If I didn't play in Philadelphia, I might not have ever played in the big leagues because they make you get ready for a game. They make you give 100%. At times when you don't do well, they're going to let you know about it.
Oh, at times.
But you know what? That's all part of the gig. And the fact that they're so boisterous one way or the other, you saw what happened in Red October last year. I was very fortunate in the mid-'70s at the vet. We were in the playoffs every year, and then eventually in 80 we win the World Series. But those crowds are unbelievable. And if you can't get jacked up playing in front of those guys, then you better get another job because their passion is second to none. I mean, it when you take the field, you can feel it. It's a feel that it's hard to describe. You know, I don't really think there's a home field advantage in baseball, but there is in Philly. Teams don't like coming in here when you're in the playoffs. It's unbelievable. And they're very intimidating at times. But you know what? They're blue-collar workers. And if you're a blue-collar player and you give 100%, you have no problem playing here.
Got a blue collar on the screen. I got a blue collar, too. I'm wearing it.
Yeah, you can ask CC Sabathia about visiting Philadelphia come playoff time. It is different. A guy that's going to experience it for the first time today is Trey Turner. Offense has been a little slow to start here, but he is just about as close to a slump-proof player as there is in baseball. What are you seeing from him early on that you love and is going to pay dividends down the line?
I love everything about him. I was very fortunate to have spring training down there. I go every year and suit up. He's an electric player. He can beat you so many ways. He can beat you with his glove, his bat, his speed. And you said he very seldom goes in a slump. Speed doesn't go in a slump. And he'll get you some infield hits. He can start off the game with a walk, steal 2 bases. He can start off with a triple. You could hit him anywhere in the lineup you want. You could hit him first, second, third, or fourth. And right now he's hitting first, which I like personally. But he's going to bring – fans are going to love watching this guy play. I mean, he leaves everything out there every game. And that was a big, big pickup for us. I know we got out of the gate a little slow. We've had a few injuries that that's no excuse because there's a lot of teams that have injuries right now. But I look for this team to repeat and get back to where we were last year. I really do. I think we're that deep. Again, we're banged up a little bit, but if we can hang in there until everyone says the middle of the season, Harp's going to be back before then, believe me.
I say this: put Larry at third today.
Yeah,
we put Sosa in center, and then we can move Bowa over to first.
Yeah,
and we got opening day covered.
Oh, I'm ready to go.
You feel ground balls ever?
No, I don't feel them, but I hit a lot of them. I hit a lot of ground balls, and I throw BP down there. The thing I like about this team, John, is it's a close-knit group, and they like each other. They play hard for each other. They got a great manager and coaching staff. They're just even keel most of the year.
So who's that a credit to? Does that go a lot to Rob? Is it somebody like Schwarber or Reese?
I tell you what, Schwarber is a true leader. And I knew that when he came over. I sort of knew guys that knew him. I met him when he was in Chicago. He's a guy that doesn't care about stats. And if you watch him, I watched him all year last year. If he's 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts, he's going to face the media. You know, it's easy to face the media every night when you get 3 hits or hit 2 home runs. He'll face it if you strike out 4 times. I remember the first interview. He wasn't hitting very good, and he says whoever was interviewing him asked him, what about the fans booing you? He says, I'd boo myself too the way I'm playing. But that kind of stuff, Philly fans like that. They want you to be honest with them.
Alec Boehm.
Alex Boehm, there's a great example right there. They could have ran him right out of the stadium, and the next day he came and said, he apologized, and now he's one of the fan favorites right now. But if you're honest with people and you tell them, they don't want to hear excuses. Fans don't want to hear. People get up in the morning at 7 o'clock and punch a clock. They get home at 5 and punch. They don't want to hear you say, oh, the sun got in my eyes or I took a bad hop. Just say, you know what? If I have that ground ball hit to me 99, 100 times, I'm going to catch most of them. But they do not like to hear excuses. And I try to tell these young kids coming up, if you're honest and you answer the questions and say, hey, I had a bad game today, fans are going to appreciate you a lot more than if you try to make excuses every single night.
You talked about the closeness of this clubhouse. How much of being a manager is managing personalities, and how much of it is actually making decisions of lineup cards, decisions in game? Like, give it a percentage of how much of it.
I think it's really 50-50. I mean, it might be a little bit 60-40 handling personalities. You got different personalities in that clubhouse. Everybody's different. The Rob Thompson does a great job. He treats the 26th guy just as important as he would treat Schwarber or Harp or JT. He's very open with people. He's very honest with them. And I think as a player, ex-player, and as a manager, what you want more than anything is your manager to be honest. You might not like what he has to say, but if he's honest with you, that's all you really care about. But Tom says great communication skills. This guy has started out in A-ball. He's run spring trainings for the Yankees. He's been a bench coach. He's been a third base coach. He's paid his dues. And I'm glad to see him get an opportunity, and he took advantage of that. And I think that even off to our slow start right now, I'm not even worried at all. This club's going to be where they should be at the end of the year.
Psychology of the sport is different because in baseball, first of all, you play so much more often. You fail so much more often, and you have to be able to overcome that. What are the best pieces of advice for a young athlete or a team? A team starts out 1-5. So Rob says to you today, when you're talking to the guys, Bo, share some of your knowledge with them. What do you say?
Well, one thing about baseball, it's not a sprint; it's a long horse race, and it doesn't matter if we had this 4 or 5 game losing streak that we had earlier. If that happened in July, nobody would have said a word about it. What you got to do is put yesterday's game in the hopper. It's done. Don't worry about tomorrow. Worry about today's game. Do everything you can in your power to win this game today. And I try to tell guys when they come to the park, what can I do to help the Phillies win this game? Can I make a play? Can I steal a base? Can I score from first on a double? If I'm a pitcher, can I make a pitch with the bases loaded? There's so many ways you can win baseball games. It's not just hit home runs. You can win it with your glove. You can win it with your legs. You can win it with your arm. That's what makes this game so unpredictable. It doesn't matter who you play. It matters when you play them. You take a look at our team last year. We just sort of hovered around 500, and all of a sudden, bam, we got hot. If it wasn't for the extra wild card, we don't even get in last year. And then once we got in, we played unbelievable baseball. So it really doesn't matter who you play. It's when you play them. And, we're playing Cincinnati, and there's no such thing as easy games in baseball. I don't care if a team's 1-20. If that pitcher on the mound that night has his stuff, he's going to give you problems. But these games coming up that we have at home here with Cincinnati and the Marlins, they're very winnable games. We can get right back in where we're supposed to be and do what we're supposed to do during this homestand. I know the crowd's going to be electric during this homestand, especially this weekend with the ring ceremonies on Sunday. If you're a Philly and putting that uniform on this morning, you got to be excited to hit the field, because the adrenaline rush you're going to get once you get introduced on the field is something you'll never, ever forget.
So this is the new era of baseball, Larry. Kind of a two-part question. Do you like the rule changes now that you've been through a spring training with it and seen them in action? And the second part, you had JT say he was kind of caught off guard with how out of breath he was in the first game. And then you heard Bryce's comments on the bench the other night, like, we want our game back. One, how do you feel about it? Two, how do you think
the only rule I like is the pitch clock, because as an infielder, I used to play behind guys like Steve Carlton. He got the ball and threw it. You were always ready to make a play. You were alert. You were never on your heels. When pitchers walk around the mound and hitters step in, step out, you're on your heels. The guy hits you a hard ground ball you're not ready for. With this right now, the pitch clock, you better be on alert at all times. And I think you're going to see a lot more athleticism in the middle of the diamond without the shift, because guys are going to have to cover more ground.
Sure.
They're going to have to pay attention to how they're playing hitters. Now, there's not going to be three guys on one side. That's the one rule that I like the pitch clock. I don't like the idea of throwing over twice and then it says, base stealing's up. It should be way up.
Yeah.
I mean, you throw over there twice, he can't throw over there again. If he does and doesn't get you, it's a balk. But the other stuff, I don't know. I'm learning to deal with some of this stuff. It's different. The game's a lot different right now. I do like the fact that these games are over in 2.5 hours. We used to do that all the time with no pitch clock. But and I'm sure
you didn't have all the OCD routines.
No, we didn't
having to go through each individual little tick.
I was at a game.
Crazy.
I was at a game 2 years ago in Denver, Colorado. They're playing the Rockies. This guy literally waited for his walk-up song to be finished before he jumped in the bed. And I'm saying to myself, let's go. But that's how the game is changed that way.
Yeah, in fairness, it was a good song. So in 1980, you guys had just signed Pete Rose. He kind of got you over the hump because you had a lot of success in the late 70s, but you couldn't quite win that World Series title. You signed Pete Rose. Is the signing of Trey Turner enough to get this team over the hump?
Yes, I think it definitely is. Not only him, but the fact that a guy like Castellanos is used to the city now. He's played a year. He knows his teammates. He knows the city. When you play in Cincinnati and Detroit, the expectations aren't very high.
Mm-hmm.
So he comes over here to Philly, and all of a sudden it's, oh, wow, this is a little bit different. So I think there's an adjustment there that he had to make. I look forward to him to have a good year this year. He had a good last month and a half when things started getting really down to the nitty-gritty. I thought he played well the last month and a half. But I think this team in general, a guy like Trey Turner can definitely give you that push to go over the edge again, because he can beat you so many ways. And I think Bohm, being a year going through the pennant race, Stott, Marsh, all those guys never been in a pennant race. And last year, I think that helped him tremendously. We're going to miss Reese. No question about that. Big-time player. Came up big last year. But you still got guys like JT and Schwarb, and Harp's going to be back.
So you mentioned being a tough place to play, and it takes the right kind of guy to respond to the fans' reaction. Castellanos, now that you know him pretty well, is he the type of guy that's going to respond to that adversity? Because he's striking out at a very high rate right now.
Yeah, he is.
And he's going to start hearing that soon.
What?
Does he have, you think?
If he doesn't have mental toughness, he better get it real quick.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I keep using the guy, and I like the guy when I watched him play, but he got run out of town. It's Ben Simmons. Fans don't like that.
Yeah.
They don't like you to throw up your arms and say, woe is me. They want you to fight. And I think Nick realizes that city's like this, and I expect him to come out and dig his heels in and say, hey, I know I'm a lot better than I'm showing right now. I thought he had a pretty good spring training. I don't look at batting averages in spring training, but he got a lot of walks, which he didn't get during the course of the season last year. And we need him. We definitely need him to do what he's capable of doing.
Oh, I called him the most important Philly once Reese went down.
That's a good call right there.
Larry, you have heard shows like ours. You've listened to a lot of TV media talk about the sport. What's one thing that you hear when you listen to talk shows or analysis shows that you say, you know what, they just don't understand it? There's something that they just don't get about the game. And we have very thick skin here. We can take criticism.
I think the thing that bothers me is they say the fans in Philly are brutal. I don't get that. You know, oh, you can't play in Philly. Those fans are crazy. They don't know what they're talking about. I think they're very knowledgeable in Philadelphia. In fact, more knowledgeable. I put a uniform on in New York. I coached with Joe Torre with the Yankees.
Sure.
I've been in Boston. I've been in Chicago. These fans in this city are more knowledgeable than any of those other people in Chicago, Boston. You can go anywhere you want to go. I mean, when you get ovations for moving runners, that's what, you know, when your job was, hey, man on second, no outs, get him to third, and you do that, and people give you not a standing ovation, but they clap. They understand what the game's about. They understand what goes on during a baseball game. And people that don't live here, they don't get it. They just don't get it. You got to live here to understand that. I'm from California. People say, you moved to Philly in 1970 and stayed here?
Never left?
Never. I go back and visit my sister in California, but this is home for me. I mean, this is where everything happened.
So that means Eagles, Sixers, and
I'm all in on all of them. I'm all in on all the Philly sports teams, the coaches that coached here, players. I'm still friends with Barkley, Doug Collins. I mean, Jaworski. You know, back when we played, we used to go hang out together, have beers together. The hockey guys would come over and watch us play. Then we go watch them. If it was a Sunday game, they'd have a Sunday night game. The Broad Street Bullies, we hung out. I mean, it was, and at the vet, we shared a locker room with the Eagles.
They had nice tea or two, Pat, after the games, too.
Yeah, I like having Coke after the game.
They do.
So when you were the manager, there was a ownership consortium of 8 people, and Middleton was one of them, but he wasn't the head guy.
Right.
He didn't have the power he does now. What's been the change that you've noticed in John Middleton since you were managing when they were a little bit tighter with the purse strings
Right.
and wouldn't pay
A lot tighter.
And now when it's like, damn, I want my trophy back.
You got to love it. I mean, as a player, as a coach, as a manager, when you see your owner come out and spending money every winter, and then he gives a speech in spring training, and it was very an emotional speech. He said, you know, I don't want to win a World Series this year. I want to win it for the next 3 or 4 years. I mean, that tells you all you want to know about the ownership of this team. He's willing to write checks out. He wants that trophy back here in Philadelphia. And if you're a player and you see that, I know you give 100% when you go out there, but you got to give a little bit more when you see a guy like John Middleton writing checks out, and you can see his passion for this city, his passion for the Phillies. That moves a team, believe me, in the right direction. And John wants to win more than anybody.
Excuse me for not knowing the answer to this. Have you ever written a book?
Yeah, I had about 3 or 4 of them.
You have?
Yeah.
So you have.
Well, we'll never have him on again.
Now we'll
Good
never
job.
come on again. I said go to Amazon and make it find it. What is the overriding theme?
Is I
'Cause
hate
you're
my overriding theme was I hate losing no matter what I played. I could play Scrabble with my daughter. I could play Scrabble with my wife. I want to win, and I want to win spring training games. I want to win every game, and I know you know that doesn't happen. But once the season starts, I get upset when our team doesn't play good. I'm a little upset right now that we're 1-5.
That's going to change.
But I also know that this team, I've seen them all spring. They're going to regroup real quick, and this homestand is going to start it off for us.
You heard it here from Larry Bowa, and we so appreciate you.
I'll
being
tell you
here
what,
today.
and
Thank you, Larry.
I like your wagers. I like your wagers
You
about
do?
the 19.5.
Oh, I think it's.
And I love the one about the playoffs.
I think there's going to be a ton of runs
I do too.
scored this weekend.
I do too.
Thank you, Larry. We appreciate
right.
you being here this
All
morning.
right, it's nice to be
Jamie,
here.
it's great having you here too. We
Yeah.
miss you.
Thanks to the people at Bet Parks for making this all happen.
And the Daily Odds Pod is there
Yes.
for you. So you're going to give Larry some betting tips, even though he does not wager on baseball.
Today is a Zach Wheeler over K's day.
Oh, today is an
okay.
over K's.
What's the over?
7.5?
I want to say 7.5. So he's going to come out.
I'm definitely. If that's, I would go over.
Yeah, I think he's good for an 8 or 9 spot today.
This is great. Pat, the over-under on you with Nifty 50's breakfast was 2.5. So you hit the over. You hit the over this morning.
Well, if you count the milkshake,
done?
yeah.
Yes,
Are you done?
I think we're all done. I think we're all done.
Getting fat shamed
It
here.
was awesome. Larry, thank you so much.
All right.
And we
My
thank
pleasure.
our live studio audience, too, for being here today. We love you guys, whether you're listening on the radio, watching on YouTube and everything. We so appreciate you. We hope if you didn't get to here today, you'll be here for our next First Friday broadcast here at The Fanatic. Remember, support life-saving cancer research. Join me and our generous partners, DelcoHVAC.com. It's H&H Heating and Air Conditioning. Make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research today. There are like 18 million people just like me who have survived cancer thanks to the fine work of the AACR. Go to 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives. We love you all. Cuz Radio comes your way next. Don't miss it. Have a great day, everybody. Hey,